All right, good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Thank you very much. This is a regular meeting of the Township Council. The Township of Montclair is being broadcast live on Channel 34 and is streaming live on the Montclair TV 34 YouTube channel. It's available on demand and can and will be rebroadcast. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act. This meeting was included in the annual notice. The meeting schedule is set forth in Resolution R-21-210, adopted by the Council at its conference meeting on November 15, 2021. Advertised in the official newspaper December 30th, 2021 and January 6, 2022. Posted on bulletin boards outside the municipal building and has remained continuously posted. In addition, a copy of this annual notice is and has been made available to the public and is on file in the offices of the Township Clerk. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Cummings?
Present.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Present.
Councillor Price Abrams? Present. Councillor Russo?
Present.
Councillor Schlager?
Here.
Councillor Yacobelis absent. Mayor Spiller?
Present. Thank you very much. We'll move the agenda with flexibility. First, the approval of minutes. They have been presented to the Council minutes of September 12, 2023. I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any corrections, additions? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you very much. We have a number of proclamations for this month, and thank you, Madam Clerk. I know we had some conversation back and forth about adding all of these on, so I know we won't have somebody here for all of these because we did ask to just have these added, but we do want to at least mention them because part of the reason we do many of these proclamations is to raise awareness, certainly discuss the issue, make sure people in the public are talking about it, knowing about it, and then hopefully taking action to help something be a little bit better than it is now. So again, we won't read all of them, but certainly we will by title and mention briefly about them, and if someone is here or a councilman would like to read it in more depth, we'll go from there. I'd like to start with a proclamation on Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month, and with that, Mr. Deputy Mayor, would you?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do we have the proclamation circulating? Thank you. Is anyone here for this proclamation? Again, this is the Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month. Given the nature of this one, I'm gonna go ahead and read this one, Mr. Mayor, if you'll allow me. Whereas pregnancy and infant loss is such a common occurrence, but one that is usually not disclosed, and whereas many Montclair parents and families have suffered a miscarriage, stillbirth, or the death of an infant during delivery or shortly after birth, and whereas Montclair wishes to acknowledge the profound grief experienced by families who suffer the death of a baby or an infant, and whereas increased awareness of the causes and impacts surrounding pregnancy and infant loss may lead to a greater understanding, support, and resources in Montclair, and whereas a day of remembrance honors the lives of children taken far too soon and supports grieving parents, grandparents, siblings, and other family members whose lives are forever altered by the heartbreak of losing a child, and whereas promoting awareness of the challenges faced by those parents and families is a positive means of establishing support and understanding. And whereas in 1988, President Reagan proclaimed October as Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month, and whereas recognizing Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month would enable the people of Montclair to consider how, as individuals and as communities, they can meet the needs of bereaved mothers, fathers, and family members who work to prevent the causes of these deaths. And whereas the 15th day of October is recognized in parts of the United States of America and in many other jurisdictions around the world as a day of remembrance and awareness of pregnancy and infant loss, and I so move. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Sure, without objection. Thank you so much, sir. And again, appreciate that. And we're seeing advancement in a lot of workspaces for people to give appropriate bereavement time and just time for someone to come to terms with such a loss, and certainly that's because of the awareness through things like proclamation and other things. So thank you.
Well said, Mr. Mayor.
Appreciate that. We also next have Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, and I will just say to that, as I look at this, whereas nearly 53 million American adults and children experience mental health conditions like depression, anxiety, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, post-traumatic stress disorder, affecting their family members, friends, co-workers, or those unknown to them, and whereas there is an average of 132 suicides each day in this country. to create awareness, to strengthen against the fight for suicide. The month of September is Suicide Awareness Prevention Month, and certainly we know this has a close linkage to gun violence and some of the things that we see there as well. So we certainly want to constantly be aware that it's something that we can do something about. Whereas 46% of people who die by suicide were diagnosed with mental health conditions. However, research shows that 90% may have experienced symptoms of mental health conditions. And again, it's up to all of us to make sure that everyone in our community gets the help that's needed when they know it, and maybe offer the help even when they don't. So again, if you or someone you know is experiencing a mental health crisis, you can call or text 988. 988 is a lifeline that provides 24/7 free and confidential support for people in distress, and it helps with prevention and addresses crises that someone may be going through. So again, as part of Suicide Prevention Month, just want to stress that the number 988 is something that is a service that anyone can call at any time to receive help. And we hope that this helps even one more person get that assistance that they need. Thank you. And I so move without objection. All right, thank you. Next is a proclamation proclaiming National Hispanic Heritage Month. Councilman Russo, would you please?
Thank you, Mayor. Is anyone here for this? Because I know several people, including Marcia Almeida, who always wants us to do this, is going to be honored tomorrow night by the Essex County Commissioners. She's going to be honored as a Hispanic Heritage Month honoree at the Hall of Records in Newark, so anybody wants to go see that. Marcia is not here tonight. Anyone else from Hispanic Heritage Month group, from Latinos of Montclair? Okay, I'll read this. Whereas the annual U.S. observance paying tribute to Hispanic Americans for their contributions and influence on the history, culture, and achievements of the United States was initiated in 1968 by Congressmen Edward Ross Roybal and Enrique Henry Barbosa Gonzalez, whereas President Lyndon Johnson implemented the first national observance of Hispanic Heritage Week on Sunday, September 15, 1968. Day September 15th is significant because it is the anniversary of independence for Latin American countries, and these are Central American, some of them, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. In addition, Mexico and Chile celebrate their Independence Days on September 16th and September 18th, respectively. Whereas in 1988, Congressman Esteban Edward Torres proposed the one-week observance be expanded to cover a 30-day period starting September 15th and ending October 15th. The expansion from Hispanic Heritage Week to Hispanic Heritage Month was enacted into law under President Ronald Reagan. Whereas each year we celebrate National Hispanic Heritage Month from September 15th to October 15th by exploring and celebrating the histories, cultures, and traditions of Americans with heritage rooted in Mexico, the Spanish-speaking nations of the Caribbean, Central and South America. And whereas America's Hispanic community has woven unique threads into the diverse fabric of our country and played an important role in shaping our national character as a people of limitless possibility. From the earliest days of our nation's history, Hispanics have played a vital role in our country's development. The Hispanic influence can be felt everywhere, from the names of our cities and states to the food we eat. And whereas the advocacy group Latinos of Montclair was founded in May 2022 for the purpose of uniting the Latino community to promote greater visibility, celebrate cultural diversity, and encourage civic engagement, Latinos of Montclair is hosting various events to honor Hispanic American cultural heritage at the Montclair Public Libraries. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the Township of Montclair join in celebration with Latinos of Montclair and hereby proclaim September 15, 2023 through October 15, 2023 as Hispanic Heritage Month in Montclair, and acknowledge the contributions of all Hispanics who continue to enrich all aspects of the Montclair community. So I so move. It's signed by the Mayor and Council. Anyone from that group who's here, we can give it to you later. I just want to say that I have relatives that were visiting because of my surgery being out. They're not able to be here tonight, but my cousins, 5 of them live in Ponce, Puerto Rico, while one stays in San Juan, where she teaches at the university. But all my relatives come from Ann Russo. My Aunt Ann grew up in Newark in the same house I grew up in. She was my favorite aunt. And she met Juan Oliver when they went to the American University, or Catholic University, I think it was, in Washington. They graduated together, and they got, married. And my grandmother, of course, wanted to see her daughter marry a nice Italian guy, right? But my aunt married Juan, my uncle Juan, and they moved to Puerto Rico. He established the first funeral home in Ponce. It was called Funeraria Oliver. So he established a funeral home in Ponce, and they became very, very wealthy. So since 1968, when I was 21 years old, I've been going to Puerto Rico every single year. And that year, 1968, just to tell you this, was the first time I could vote. I was 21. You had to be 21 then to vote. Just graduated Rutgers, was going to go vote, but I didn't vote. I was so upset that Robert Kennedy had been shot. I said, what's the difference, Nixon or Humphrey? What a fool I was, right? Political science major at Rutgers, just graduating, just starting to teach. I went to Puerto Rico to see the election of the governor, Luis Ferre, where my relatives were all involved with that group. It was called the Nuevo Partido Progresista, and that party wanted statehood. And I said, this is great. Puerto Rico should be a state. It would have 2 senators, 4 congresspeople. It would actually change the balance of power in the Congress if Puerto Rico was a state. But for all these years now, since 1968 that I visited there, the division in Puerto Rico is right down the middle. Half the people want to stay as a commonwealth, which is what it is. It's not an independent country, as you know. It's not a territory. It's not a state. It's a commonwealth. And it has certain rights and privileges, and people are all citizens of the United States from Puerto Rico. But they can't vote for president. They can't vote for any representatives to Congress, and they don't get really the attention they need. And they've had earthquakes and hurricanes and disasters lately that have made us really need to help them more. So I have relatives there. I have a tremendous, through marriage, history with going to Puerto Rico for the last 60 years. I believe they should be a state, and I believe that the Hispanic Heritage Month should be focusing on, and I believe really focus on Puerto Rico, because that is part of the United States, but a neglected part of the United States. And some of you may wonder, well, why am I not reading the Italian American? Well, Italian Heritage Month is the month after this, and my good colleague, Bill Herlock, is going to read that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, let's go to Proclamation for Italian Heritage, American Heritage Month. Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there anyone here for this proclamation? Okay, I'll go ahead and read it. This is for Italian American Heritage Month. Whereas over 5.4 million Italians immigrated to the United States between 1820 and 1992, including some of my relatives, today there are over 26 million Americans of Italian descent in the United States, of which 2 million reside in the state of New Jersey. Italian Americans have made significant contributions to our social, cultural, and economic life, and the Italian American community enjoys a rich history rooted in an ancient civilization that has had a profound influence on every aspect of our society. Our nation was even named after an Italian, the explorer and geographer Amerigo Vespucci. And whereas, bound by enduring values and of faith and family, Italian Americans have flourished in all areas of our public and economic life while preserving their proud Italian traditions and heritage. Upon arrival to the United States, the Italian American community faced racial, social, and religious discrimination. Yet Italian Americans have persevered with hope and hard work to reach for the American dream and help build our great country. And whereas the legacy of these intrepid immigrants is found today in the millions of American men, women, and children of Italian descent who strengthen and enrichen our great country. Italian Americans operate thriving businesses, teach our children, serve at all levels of government, and succeed in countless occupations. Drawing on the courage and principles of their ancestors, they lead in every facet of American life, dedicating their knowledge and skills to the growth of our great country. And Mr. Mayor, I so move. Thank you.
Great, without objection. Thank you so much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Appreciate that. Next, we have a proclamation for Mitochondrial Disease Awareness Week, and I certainly will note, as we had one of our previous colleagues who has a close tie to this, I certainly want to note that whereas the mitochondria are specialized compartments present in every cell of the body except red blood cells, mitochondria are responsible for creating more than 90% of the energy needed by the body to sustain life and to support organ function. We know that when mitochondria fail, less energy is generated within the cell, and the cell injury and cell death then follow. If this process is repeated throughout the body, then of course the whole organism and organ system and then organism fails, including us. Whereas, once considered rare, mitochondrial disease is now thought to affect 1 in every 5,000 people, making it the second most commonly diagnosed serious genetic disease after cystic fibrosis. During Mitochondrial Disease Week, observed annually in the third week of September, it is commemorated globally to educate and increase awareness about mitochondrial disease. And during this week, affected individuals, their families, friends, coworkers, and fellow students joined together to sponsor a variety of events to promote outreach and education about this disease. And whereas scientists believe that in focusing on this, they may be able to devise effective treatments and potential cures, it's important that we, of course, get the word out and the help of others. Whereas the United Mitochondrial Disease Foundation is a member of the International Mito Patients, which is securing worldwide buildings and landmarks to be lit green during this week. And Mr. LaPola, just as a note, every year we do this, so if you can work to see that we do that at Edgemont, that's what we do every year for this one. So as we added that, again, we're asking that we will illuminate Memorial at Edgemont Park and the Montclair Municipal Building during the third week to symbolize the international efforts to cure mitochondrial disease, and I so move without objection. Thank you. Appreciate that. Next, we have, Blindness Awareness Month, and Mr. Cummings, would you mind, Councilman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is anyone here for this proclamation? Okay. Township of Montclair Proclamation for Blindness Awareness Month. Whereas blindness and profound vision loss affect more than 160,000 people in New Jersey, that number is expected to grow as the population ages. And whereas the National Eye Institute projects the number of people with serious visual impairment or blindness in the U.S. will double to more than 8 million by 2050. And whereas the Center for Disease Control and Prevention reported that about 61 million adults in the U.S. are at risk for serious vision loss. And whereas it is important to make residents of Montclair aware of the prevalence of vision impairment and the critical importance of vision rehabilitation services, counseling, and training that can help people with vision loss adapt to their loss of sight. And whereas Vision Loss Alliance has locations in Morris, Essex, and Bergen counties and is the only comprehensive non-residential vision rehabilitation program for adults in New Jersey. And whereas Vision Loss Alliance of New Jersey, one of the state's longest-serving nonprofits for adults with vision loss, is working to expand services related to education, independence, and overall well-being. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the Township of Montclair do hereby proclaim October 2023 as Blindness Awareness Month in Montclair, congratulate Vision Loss Alliance of New Jersey on its 80 years of exemplary work to increase public awareness about eye disease and eye care, and help us understand the challenges our vision-impaired loved ones, friends, neighbors, and coworkers deal with daily. And that's how I move.
Without objection. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Next is Proclamation for Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Councilwoman Price Abrams, would you?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to bring awareness to the issue of domestic violence as we read this one. Whereas ending violence in the home is a national imperative that requires vigilance and dedication from every sector of our society, we must stand alongside advocates, victim service providers, law enforcement, and our criminal justice system as they hold offenders accountable and provide care and support to survivors. And whereas although we have seen changes in laws and improved support services for survivors, we must do more to provide protection and justice for survivors and to prevent violence from occurring. And whereas October is National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and each year Essex County Family Justice Center uses this opportunity to reach out to neighbors in the community, and the ECFJC has been providing coordinating services to domestic violence victims throughout the county for 11 years and has proudly assisted over 9,700 survivors find safety and support to rebuild their lives with dignity and hope. And whereas during National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, we stand with domestic abuse survivors, celebrate our nation's progress in combating these despicable crimes, and resolved to carry on until domestic violence is no more. And the council does hereby declare October 2023 as we join communities across the United States in supporting victims of domestic violence and sharing this worthy goal for this month-long observance, and supporting the work of public and private entities that strive to provide the best coordinated response to domestic violence, and I so move. Thank you.
Without
Second.
objection, thank you. Appreciate that. And lastly, we'll do the proclamation for National Substance Abuse Prevention Month. Councilwoman Schlager, would you?
Yes, thank you. Is there anybody here this evening to receive this proclamation? Then I will read it and proclaim that the month of September is National Substance Abuse Prevention Month. October. Whereas the month of October signifies National Substance Use Prevention Month, a time for communities to come together as partners in prevention. It's also a time to acknowledge those in recovery, as well as children, parents, family, and friends supporting them. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services reports that approximately 23 million people in the United States, age 12 or older, annually use illicit drugs. And whereas millions of Americans, including those from Montclair, suffer from substance use disorders, which include underage drinking, alcohol dependency, non-medical use of prescription drugs, abuse of over-the-counter medications, and illicit drugs. And whereas prevention strategies targeting the root of these dependency problems are essential to curb drug use and help people lead healthier lives. The mayor and the council are advancing initiatives to address substance abuse through collaborative community-based efforts. We're strengthening the support systems that deter members of our community from drug use and improve overall mental health and wellness. And whereas the Municipal Alliance Committee of Montclair and the Municipal Alliances for the Prevention of Alcoholism and Drug Abuse across New Jersey facilitate community-based partnerships that involve youth, parents, educators, concerned citizens, and government officials who work to strengthen resources to help keep our residents away from drugs. And whereas Montclair is a stigma-free town, we foster an environment where people are free from judgment, and we offer the help they need to recover from their dependencies without feelings of shame, embarrassment, distress, or hopelessness. And they are encouraged to seek or accept help so they can lead productive lives. And now, therefore, the mayor and the council of the Township of Montclair hereby declare October 2023 is Substance Abuse Prevention Month in Montclair, and we acknowledge the grief felt by families and friends of our community who have loved ones struggling with substance abuse. We thank the many volunteers of the Montclair Municipal Alliance Network for their dedication, perseverance, and recognize them for their invaluable contributions to the Montclair community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. If you could sign these ones down. Thank you. Next, we're going to move to public comment. All speakers must complete the sign-in sheet next to the podium before addressing the council. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the council. If you wish to comment on a pending ordinance, please do so at the time for the hearing for that ordinance. With that, I'll open it up to public comment. Please sign in and come on up to the podium. These ones are to be signed, too. All right, Madam Clerk, you ready?
Here we go.
Okay. Go ahead, please begin.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Reggie Jenkins, 105 Chestnut Street.
Hold on a second, Mr. Jenkins. Shh. I'll ask that there's any conversation that you take it outside so we can hear all the speakers this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please.
I'm here on behalf of myself, my family, a number of people who couldn't be here this evening, and my 2 colleagues standing next to me to speak in favor of Clary Anderson Ice Rink, and to ask very fervently that the town and this council support its maintenance and support its improvement, and to the extent necessary, dedicate the funds necessary to make sure that it continues to be an asset to the town that it's been since the 1960s. We're standing here as parents and as citizens who are actually telling the town that you don't have to do this alone. We're here to hopefully help fundraise, to contribute our time, our effort, our assets, our knowledge, to be supportive to make that happen. I was distressed to hear at a previous meeting where the question was asked, why does the town need to be in the business of ice rinks? Why does it have to be in the business of, supporting this? Well, my take on that is this. It should be for the same reason that it does a skate park, that it does a football field, as it does the public pools. It's a quality of life issue. It is a quality of life that I know impacted me personally. I mean, I'm a kid from Harlem who had never been to an ice rink. I don't skate personally. I married a woman from Minnesota. And she said, and when we're looking around, she said, I wanted 3 things when we're looking for a house. I want good schools, I want a yellow house, and I'd like to be in an area where I can actually go to an ice rink and walk there. Happily, God is good, we got all 3. My kids skate there. My son is a fantastic hockey player. Their 2 kids are fantastic hockey players too. But it opened up a life that I never knew I needed. I invite you to come to an open skate and see the fact that the people who are skating there are from every ward of this town, are from every shape, color, that you would, you'd think, no, it's just, it's an elite sport. It's not elite. It's for everybody. And they're all coming. And by the way, people are coming from outside and spending money here. At the end of the day, this is an asset that has been contributing to this town for quite some time. Hopefully, it'll continue well into the future, and we will be here to make sure, to keep pressure, to make sure that that happens. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Darren Siddons, 75 Montclair Avenue. I know we came up as a group, but I'll be very quick. When I was a kid growing up in Canada, my father and a group of his friends actually built the town rink in my town. And ever since the day that I moved to Montclair and I stepped into Kerry Anderson, I said to myself that that's something that I would like to do for this community. I've been here 25 years. I've seen no improvements whatsoever to that facility. It's one of the only facilities in town that actually generates revenue. I mean, and it's open 10 months of the year. It could be open 12 months of the year. So, I look at it as another sports field, and I feel it's very important to maintain sports and the facilities that we offer to our children and to adults and to other people. So it's not just about hockey. It's not just about figure skating. It's about continuing the legacy of the people that built the rink in 1961 for the town and gave it to the town. And we're here to do the same thing. We're here to help the town, generate money to rebuild this arena. We're not asking for something that's not here, and we're not going to receive any benefit from it. Our children are going to be gone. So I'm doing this because I want to give back to my town. I expect to be living here. Maybe my grandchildren will be, coming to play hockey here, but I think it's a very important asset that would be very, very sad to see go away. So thank you very much for your time.
And just one other point, a really good ice rink.
Just name and address.
Oh, sorry.
If you're
Scott
gonna-
Gibson, 122 Midland Avenue, right down the street from the ice rink also. A good ice rink that, that is a first-rate facility will generate large revenue for this town. Renting the ice is very expensive all over, and that's something you can talk about hundreds of thousands of dollars that'll be surplus that goes to the town that can be used to support other sports and other things in town. It is definitely a revenue generator if it's done correctly. And we can do it correctly. We can help. The Friends of Clary Anderson can help the city really make this into a first-rate facility. Thanks.
Thank you. Gentlemen, I'll just say to you, too, I know as part of the budgetary process, we asked that there be $50,000 dedicated to do a feasibility study to see what we could do there. I know at the time you guys mentioned you maybe would raise some dollars
We're willing to raise the money if the town commits.
to kick into that work. So Mr. LaPola, I'll just remind and redirect. I'm not sure you were here at the time, but to look at that $50,000 that we had dedicated for that feasibility study, and to make sure that we move forward in a way that also allows them to help and contribute as needed, but that we get going and take a look at what's possible.
This is what we're waiting for. If the town makes a commitment, we will make a commitment as well. We're ready to form a not-for-profit and raise money and give that as a grant to the town and help.
Well, we'll certainly begin, and I'll ask just so that nobody calls out that you're at the microphone when you speak, just so others at home and others can hear you too. But I will say, we did make that commitment as part of that budget process, and now we'll just hopefully effectuate and get that to happen. So Mr. Lapola will be your connection point to figure out what that looks like. Okay, thank you. Please, thank you.
Good evening.
Roseanne Spenley, off the floor, 12 Plymouth Street. I want to start by thanking the Township and the Rec Department for the senior aqua size program this summer, based on the fact that it had nearly full attendance, even on those chilly Tuesday and Thursday mornings in July and August. It certainly shows that seniors can benefit from these programs. But I'm here tonight to bring attention to the disparity between Nishawane Pool and Mountainside Pool. I sought a modifier, and I came up with disgraceful disparity. I don't really have much to say. I figure pictures are worth 1,000 words, and I'd save my breath. I know that anything you can say now is off the cuff, but I'd appreciate comments. I would like to add that there's no disparity with the staff. Staffing at both pools, excellent. But I think this is something that needs to be looked into. And we have a few months, not 8 or 9 months, to make this better. And I say, can't we do better? Thank you.
Can I ask you,
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask you, your pictures here, this is from you, right?
Yes,
Okay, you're showing us Mountainside, then you show at the end that
Yes.
there's more than adequate seating at Mountainside, but then you show a page that says lack of chairs and seating poolside Nishawane.
correct.
But you're saying the problem is in Mountainside.
No, I'm saying there's a disparity between the two pools.
So you're saying Mountainside has more seating
Seated,
than Nishawane.
more
So you're saying
accommodating, more
Nishawane-
accommodating. Let's put it that way, more accommodating.
Hold on, Bob.
Simply put.
Roseanne, right?
Roseanne, yes.
So we've dedicated funding to upgrade Nishawane this year.
Okay.
Yes.
That
so
sounds good to
That money
me.
was, it's in the grant, it's
But
passed.
when was it passed?
And that work will start, I'd have to ask Mr. Lapola to check.
It was
with-
passed
Well,
quite a
we
while
passed
ago.
right?
Yes,
But I
and-
asked Mr. Lapola,
and-
ask Steve Wood.
And we
And
made
I
a
work
didn't
would be
take
done.
Essex into account.
We made a commitment up here too, with a little bit of humor, not that much, to make sure the work was started so that we wouldn't see any closures in the summertime. But that was a full conversation that we had here at the council. So appreciate you bringing this, and it's one of those ones we're happy to be able to say, we got it, and we've
Okay.
got dollars that we
And
put.
again,
are
I didn't
direct-
take Essex into account. I didn't get into that, but these are the two pools that I
And there's
frequent.
specific dollars that we are
Yeah.
literally investing to do this work.
I like hearing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Douglas Reich. I live at 12 Victoria Terrace. I'm here representing the bike bus. You can see that we're well represented here, so you'll be hearing more from us over the night. The bike bus, for those of you who don't know, is a family group ride to each of the elementary schools currently in Montclair. We also have Glenfield represented now for middle school. In this past week, almost 300 people took part in the bike bus. It's grown by 5 to 10% every week since we started it last spring. My kids love to do it. I have a 7-year-old who's in second grade at Watchung School. I have two twin boys who are at the Nishawane Pre-K, and they're 4 years old. All three ride to school. Is the only time they get to ride in the road, and it is it's a party. It is something that they love to do. It is something that these kids, you can just see it on their faces. You can see it when they come in, that my kids look forward to it all week. It's the thing that gets them out the door 15 minutes early on a Friday. It's the only day that we are definitely early to school. And I value this because for my entire adult life, I have ridden a bike for transportation, and I've ridden it I find that it is very important to fight both for exercise, but also to fight the climate crisis that we have. It's one of the best tools that we have is to get people getting around without using gas in their cars or using a heavy vehicle. I will say, though, that I've ridden my bike in New York City, I've ridden my bike in Boston, Cambridge, and its suburbs. And you'd think that with Montclair being primarily flat, primarily suburban, primarily wide roads, that it would be the safest option, but it is not. And I feel that one of the biggest reasons it's not safe for kids to ride on and get around and build the independence and healthy habits that biking can provide is that the town is not actually encouraging and sending a message that this is a valid way to get around and protecting people physically. And one of the biggest tools that we can do to protect them is to build safer intersections and to build protected bike lanes. There are many others out there, and I'd encourage you. I really like to see the Vision Zero Task Force move forward. I like to see the town take advantage of national grants, such as the Safe Routes to School, that some of the counselors have graciously helped us begin to move forward with, and to support the getting that money and protecting our kids so they can get to school safely and healthy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just want to say thank you for modeling that great behavior. I mean, it's a very exciting initiative just to sort of have been reading about, and I haven't seen you all riding by any morning, but it's just what a way to take it on yourselves. And yeah, the Vision Zero Task Force is to be still stood up and hasn't yet really started running yet, but initiatives like these, I think, are just great kind of community builders from the grassroots, as we say. Thanks.
And you have a seat on that, don't you? I think Jessica Tyler, right? I recommended you be seated on that committee, which I'm going to be on, by the way, the gracious allowance by Councilman Peter said I could have his seat. So I'll be on there with you whenever we start, as long as I don't have to go back to the hospital again. Thank you.
Please.
I'd like to thank Roseanne for her comment about the lifeguards at Nishwain Pool. Both my grandchildren were lifeguards at the pool, and I like to think that they did a good job this summer. Hello, Council. My name is Maggie Geralman. I live at 65 Portland Place. I've been there for 33 years. On August 8th, there was a forum at Glenfield School about Lackawanna Plaza that was hosted by 4th Ward Councilman David Cummings. Janice Talley and Ira Smith were there, but none of the engineering, traffic, or parking consultants were there. I was told that they chose not to come. Also, none of you were there. And this is a town project, not a 4th Ward project. None of you were there. For what's being called the biggest development in Montclair in decades, none of our elected officials attended. I was very disappointed. I know that, Bob. I know that, Bob, and I'm sorry, and I'm glad that you're better. If you had attended, you would have had the opportunity to engage with residents and concerned citizens for more than 2 or 3 minutes at a time and be unprotected by the dais. You added insult to injury by taking a vote on the project in Mr. Cummings' absence. Now the opinions and initial decision of the planning board are public and up for discussion. In the end, 7 votes could determine the trajectory of a town from being known as liberal and progressive to high-end, inaccessible, segregated, and exclusive. The word luxury now means unavailable to the average working person everywhere. Like the rest of the country, we are in a housing crisis. Montclair ranks 5th in homelessness in Essex County. It's on the public record. It's income inequality at its greatest. I live adjacent to a designated redevelopment zone on Portland Place. You can't imagine what it's like to live in a redevelopment zone. The anxiety, the uncertainty that comes with the inherent power imbalance, and worry that your home and neighborhood will be compromised or will be uprooted. My neighbors and I watched Valley and Bloom go up and lived with the noise, dust, congestion, and the disregard of the height allowance, in addition to losing our view of the sunset. The planning board failed the residents and property owners on that one. In 2015 on Portland Place, the same developer proposed, among other things, a 3-story parking deck topped with 4 floors of self-service storage units. Totally unsuitable, unsustainable, and not in accordance with the master plan phase 2, and an affront to our block of lovingly restored homes. Due to our resistance, the proposal was
excuse me, that's your-
withdrawn by the developer at the 11th hour.
That's your time? That's
Okay,
time.
some of you remember this. You were there.
Thank you.
Let's
Thank you.
not make the same mistakes again.
Thank you. Just a note officially for the record, I know that Councilwoman Price Abrams, myself, Councilwoman Schlager, I'm sure the Deputy Mayor also have had specific meetings on Lackawanna Plaza. We had specific meetings at a number of the school buildings to have conversations on Lackawanna. We also put together a virtual meeting for those who are unable to come in person to have a meeting, and I know I saw many of my colleagues, maybe even all on that meeting. So we have had multiple in-person and virtual meetings on the issue, but just a note for the record. Please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Tony Martin, 41 North Fullerton Avenue. I'm here and personally disconcerted to be speaking about a matter that is reportedly, a personnel matter that is reportedly on your agenda for the executive session to follow this meeting, that being the permanent appointment of our current town clerk. I believe in the rights of employees. I'm a union supporter. I've been on strike at great personal cost to support those rights. I'm also sympathetic to an argument I read from Councilman Iacobellis this afternoon, that an employee cannot be held solely responsible for matters that the council and certainly the town manager should be supervising and setting a tone about. However, the most important thing to me as a citizen is my right to information, because information is power, and people are supposed to have the power, as Patti Smith sung. Today I also read a reported piece by a gentleman who's in the House, sitting here behind me, that spoke about an attitude displayed in front of another staunch citizen by the town clerk about requests for public information under the Oprah law. And it was very upsetting because it indicated a disdain for the people's right to get public information, which they're entitled to. I mean, it's sort of like, you know, when you go to the bank and you try to take out your own money, and sometimes bureaucratic resistance or bungling keeps you from that. Well, I just find that exasperating beyond measure, and particularly on a matter as important as our right to information. I urge you to consider these matters in balance, and I thank you for your attention.
Hi, counselors. I am here with the bike bus, as you can see with my shirt. And I really want
name
to.
and
Oh,
information. Yeah,
I'm
Yep,
sorry.
no
I'm a
problem.
little nervous,
Nah,
so
all
excuse
good.
my.
Just reminding you.
My name is Amy Veach. I live on 535 Upper Mountain Avenue, right on the corner between Mount Hebron and Mountain Avenue.
Thank you.
And 7 years ago, I wrote a letter to you, Councilor Herlock, about the accidents on my corner. And in the course of 8 months, I had counted 7 accidents. And I had taken pictures and recorded the dates and the times. And I was really upset by the frequency of so many accidents. Seeing stop signs getting sheared, seeing a SUV drive up my neighbor's a wall, and going through her picket fence where her children play, and seeing so many people sitting on my sidewalk and bewildered because they had just been in an accident, and it just felt unacceptable to me. And I wrote very earnestly in my letter, just like, something has to change. And I was really at that time, somebody came from the town, and they reviewed our corner. They looked at it, and one of the things that had happened was they had asked a neighbor of mine to cut back their bushes, and it made a difference. It made a tremendous difference. And I stand here 7 years later to say that corner is still scary. In fact, there have been 3 pedestrians hit. I saw a neighbor who walks his dog. He walks 2.5 miles every day, walks his dog, and he was hit in the crosswalk. So as I stand here for Bike Bus, I really want to speak on 2 accounts, because I love this town, and I love the Bike Bus. And my daughter, she's 7. She's been riding with the Bike Bus, not directly, but on the weekend rides, because we're not directly on the route. But she was so inspired that she asked me, as I was leaving, I was like, well, I'm going to go talk about the Bike Bus. She said, well, Mom, tell them it's fun. I really like it because it's fun. Oh, well, yeah, and it's good for the earth, and I really like the earth. And so I ask you, please, the Vision Zero Task Force, I feel really strongly about the changes and the possibilities to make changes. And in our case, just having somebody cut back their bushes, it was so small, such a minor change, but I saw the effect. I didn't have to listen to metal crunching every month because there was another accident. And I'm saying it's not better, it's better, but it can be much better. And I really believe in this initiative. I really believe in the value of biking as a community. So thank you for your time.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, please stay up. Forgot the name.
Go ahead.
Amy,
Mr. Deputy Mayor would like to say something.
just so that we're all on the same page. I have received your letters. I've responded. We've had, just because I don't want people to think I just blew this off. This has been a big concern of mine for the last 11 years that I've been up here. We have had, and unfortunately, the way things work, and I know Mr. Russo agrees with me on this, one of the few things we do agree on is our form of government. Under this Faulkner Act, we don't have a lot of authority up here. So I have had, actually, through the town, I got to be careful here, because through the town manager's office, not necessarily Mr. Lapola, because he just got here, but Mr. Stafford, and before that, Mr. DeShield, we have had Lieutenant Ignazo, who's the head of our traffic bureau, go up there. They've done traffic studies. We have had the engineer's office go up there. That's why the shrubs were cut. If they're a problem again, thank you for letting us know. We'll have
It
them.
made a difference.
Yeah,
It
and
really did.
we'll have it, I can't look at every intersection, unfortunately, so I
Yeah.
have to go through the residents, but we'll have them come up again. Mr. Lapola's office will get in contact with Department of Community Services, and we'll go through that process again with the engineer. But I just wanted to let everyone know, I mean, that is a significant concern for me. We have taken steps, but unfortunately, there's only so much that I can do along those lines. Believe me,
Yes.
if I could, I'd go up there, I'd have the shrubs removed,
No, no,
I'd
no,
have the things
no,
taken
no, no,
care of.
they did remove them.
Right.
It made it was.
But not on my accord.
Right, okay.
I have to go through the channels.
Through the
But we
channels, I
we
see.
have done traffic studies up there. I
Yeah.
know Lieutenant Angelese has been up there several times,
Yes,
actually.
yes.
So,
The
we'll
deputy
work
mayor
together.
carries his shears around in the car to take care of the issues. But in all seriousness,
Yes.
on an intersection, oftentimes too, you are governed by the state rules around it, and they do warrant studies, as you, I know through that process know,
Yes.
which is they look at the number of accidents that were there, they look at the speed, that's why the police have to go out and assess it. It's set up so that town by town, you wouldn't have towns putting mostly four-way stops or other impediments every step of the way. Now it's a little outdated. It's about vehicular concepts as opposed to more pedestrian, which we're all
Yes.
trying to change. But know that we still are working within some of those confines, which sometimes make it hard to kind of rapidly go take an action, right? So I think the
Right.
Vision Zero work that we all up here unanimously supported, and putting that together and looking for ideas, and then of course to lobby at the state level for the changes that we need, incorporate what we can here locally, make those changes. The goal is to get to that zero number and look at all the things, tools at our disposal. So absolutely, it's glad to hear it made a little better, and there's absolutely a lot more that we all want to try and do, and that's
Yes.
part of that Vision Zero work.
Great.
And I've always
you.
thought it was, quite frankly, Mr. Mayor, I mean, we've talked about this over the years. To me, it's ghoulish that one of the factors is you don't have enough accidents to do something. I think that is absolutely asinine and absurd. But again, some of this is state DOT, some of it is local PD, and, but we will work together to continue to make that safer. Thank
That's
you.
great, yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. Ahava Felicidad. I've been talking a lot, so please excuse the voice is very different today. As a Montclair native, first I'd like to acknowledge Latino and Latina Heritage Month. As a United States-born woman of Caribbean, Indian, and South American descent, I have generations of Black Venezuelan grandmothers. As president and the first of four founders of the Tenants Organization of Montclair, I would like to say, although yo necesito practicar, and I no longer teach, we at TUM will still do our best to help our Spanish speakers by referring them, to resources with fluent Spanish speakers. My fluency is English, with Spanish being fairly intermediate these days without my cultural immersion. We would like to have more bilingual and multilingual members and volunteers come out to join us to get the word out about rent control existing in Montclair. There are still people who seem to not know and understand that fully. So we're continuing to do our work on that due diligence. And also a huge intern event is coming up in October for recruitment. So for the rent control ordinance, for those who don't know, it's been in place since May of 2022 due to the efforts of all connected to the Tenants Organization of Montclair since April of 2019. I'd also like to take a moment right now to thank all of our members and friends who came to speak at the podium here. From October 2019 through March of 2020. In addition to attending meetings and working to share info with all of their neighbors. You can like and follow us on Facebook at TUM Advocacy. We do not flood the page. Email us at tenantsorganizationmontclair@gmail.com and 973-936-8848. We do still meet monthly for what we call now meet and greets around town. Consider becoming a building, home, or block leader. We train you a little bit or a lot, and we also still need more bloggers. Thank you so much, and everyone have a great night.
Good evening. My name is Drury Thorpe, and I live at 21 Macapin Avenue. I am a longtime resident. Went through the school system here and convinced my husband to raise our family here in Montclair. So I teach over at Watchung School, and my children go to Bradford. And I'm one of the organizers of the Montclair Bike Bus. And when we bought our house, my husband and I stood outside, like thinking, like, should we bid on this one? What should we do? And we sat out there kind of against the car, and we saw more bikes that day than we saw cars going down our street, and that filled us with like this feeling of joy. And I thought, like, this is what it's going to be like. And I love the walkability of this town. I'm so thankful that exists. But then when we started to bike around, we noticed that it wasn't as bike friendly as I think we had thought that it was going to be. And so that's, one of the driving factors for us getting involved with Bike Bus. But when I think about all of the reasons, there are so many. Things like the clear and well-documented physical and mental health benefits. It empowers our students. It allows them to feel this kind of self-confidence as they ride. I recruited my cousin Samantha, who also lives in town, and I recruited her to be one of our cabooses on our bike bus. And she was done with it, and she's like, "Oh my God, that was awesome. I was like a celebrity riding down the street, waving at people left and right." And it just, if that can give a 60-year-old person that, imagine what that's doing for our children, right? So it also gives us a sense to build community. It connects us with our town, with our earth. On one particular ride, I was riding with my kids, and Sally said, "Mom, I smell something awesome." And it was springtime, and it was the lilacs in bloom. And those are types of things that you don't see and don't feel or smell when you're in a car, your windows are up, your air conditioning's on. So there's this kind of connection to earth, connection to people. I've gotten to know this one guy who runs every single day. He's probably 75 years old. And one day I noticed that he was standing. And so it gave me, because I was on my bike, the opportunity to say, "Hey, are you okay?" And he was, but like, it's those connections to people, to place, that are why we do this bike bus. It's also a really fun way to participate in climate actions. It feels good to do good for our earth. And I think I can speak for all of us here and all of the 283 riders that we had last week, that it just brings us joy. I encourage all of you to try it. When my cousin tried it for the first time, she had no idea what she was getting into, but that feeling of elation after riding was really cool. So I'm here, oh, darn it, not just about Friday Bike Bus, but this is also about
I'm gonna
everyday
ask you to
pedestrians. I
one
know,
more time, just with
pedestrians
everyone.
and safety overall, every day.
Awesome.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Hello. With the bike bus, you know the drill. My name is Andy Hawkins. I live at 15 Warfield. I'm relatively new to Montclair, only moved here about 4 years ago. But being involved in the bike bus has made me feel more connected to this town. I've made wonderful friends. My kids have made wonderful friends, not just from their school, but from other schools. And I feel like that's been one of the most positive things about the bike bus. It's broken down silos that exist, I feel, and helped us connect more as a community. So I totally agree with what Drury said about that. And I also want to say I support moving the Vision Zero task force forward. Let's get the ball rolling on that. I feel like that could be really positive, and I'm so glad that you guys voted to approve that, and I can't wait to see what comes out of that. I feel like it could be really positive, and I think towards what Deputy Mayor Herlock has said about not being able to go to every intersection. I totally understand that point of view. And I feel like the Vision Zero task force can be a great way to, instead of having reactive government, but having preventative government, to prevent traffic crashes from even happening, even thinking of happening, through positive infrastructure developments, better crosswalks, better daylighting, better pedestrian crosswalks for people who can't bike but need to walk instead. And I just want to also point out just a couple of statistics. There's an abundance of research out there that shows that walking and biking to school is really great way for kids to get physical activity and also have healthy minds. So hopefully that's something that improves their performance at school. I'm still holding out and waiting to see my own kids' test scores to see if that holds true, but fingers crossed that I'm going to start to see some A+ on a lot of tests, and I'm going to attribute that all to the bike bus, and I'm going to take credit for that. But I also will take credit, the schools deserve and the teachers are wonderful as well. I feel like more people would use their bikes as for basic transportation if they felt safe to do so. And there's been a lot of studies that show that people will bike and will choose to bike if they feel safe. But negligent driving can be lethal for bikers, even if those bikers are following the rules of the road and doing everything they can to sort of make sure that they're wearing reflective vests and helmets and have all the gear. All it takes is one split moment for something wrong to happen. And I feel like having protected infrastructure, bike lanes, better signage, better crosswalks, all of those things can really help encourage more people to come out. And that's going to improve things for the people that need to drive in this town. Not everyone can bike. We totally understand that it's not a universal thing that people need to bike. Some people have to drive. And the more people that are choosing to bike because they feel safer will improve conditions for the drivers as well, because it'll lessen traffic congestion, and it'll make things overall safer for everybody that has to use the road. So we're asking you guys to really put the pedal to the metal. Sorry to use a car metaphor, but get things going on Vision Zero, and also please support the efforts to apply for grants for safe routes to schools. I feel like that'd be really positive for our town. Thank you so much.
Before you leave, Andy, Mayor, I just want to ask Andy something. My father in 1975 almost bought a house on Warfield. I think it was number 10. It was a red, sort of a red.
Yes, I live right across the street from
All
that
right,
house.
so
Yeah.
we almost bought that. They almost bought that.
I could have been neighbors.
Yeah. You could have been first ward councilman.
Hi, my name is Colleen Doherty, and I live on Warman Street. I have 2 children in the Montclair School District. I am here today to advocate for Montclair Township to share a portion of pilot revenue with the Montclair School District. I hope you have been getting our postcards. Let's recap. Montclair Township receives fees from developers that have been given long-term 30-year tax abatements. Those fees are called payment in lieu of taxes, or pilots. Montclair Township receives that revenue and does not currently share it with the school district. There are 160 children in those properties that attend schools in our district. The revenue comes into the town and can be allocated to the school district year over year. We have seen Cedar Grove do this in their municipal budget. Rather than increasing taxes to cover this transfer of revenue, it is my suggestion that Montclair Township take a look at its expenses and see if there is any room to trim those. To that effect, I looked over Montclair Township budget to see if that made any sense. The line items I focused on were personnel, knowing that the largest line items in most budgets are people. And I noticed a few things. The first thing I noticed is that the total number of employees the municipality employs has not changed very much in the last 4 years. It hovers around 400. And I wondered, does Montclair Township lay off any employees? The next thing I noticed was the personnel cost increases, 5% from 21 to 22 and 4% from 22 to 23. And again, I thought, that's a decent size increase because the town's budget is capped on revenue too. So I checked that, and only 60% of your revenue is from the tax levy, which is capped. Then, when I carve out the police and fire personnel, out of the total personnel, I see a 7% increase from 21 to 22 and a 9.7 increase from 22 to 23. You all saw the pain from the school budget last June, with kids coming up to any mic they could find to beg the grown-ups not to let go of their wonderful teachers. I respectfully ask that we all find ways to reprioritize the Montclair Township budget in order to move some of the pilot revenue to the school district. Our schools deserve our best effort. I hope you all agree. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kareem Benjaloun, and I'm at 347 North Fullerton. As you've already guessed, I'm part of the bike bus group. I moved with my family here to Montclair about 5 years ago, and we wanted we specifically wanted to give our kids a chance to grow up with a community that is safe, diverse, committed, tightly knit, and also concerned and committed to change, as evidenced by everybody here and all the topics being kind of covered here. One of the benefits that obviously we've already kind of recently been talking about is this idea of the bike bus. I have a 7-year-old who's right behind me. She goes to Hillside. Not only is she excited about Hillside and about all the opportunities that she gets there, but she's also very excited about Friday mornings where we all get together in this bike bus and create this community of people committed to making a difference, right? We're giving our kids a chance to kind of be out there, to do something a little athletic, to do that as part of a group, to be thinking about the environment, to be thinking about a community. And so it is amazing to see all these little kids sort of first timers or experienced bikers sort of try their best to kind of make it all the way to school. I mentioned safe environment, safe community, and so I think a lot of people have been talking about that today. I'm very encouraged about the commitment that everybody's making to this idea of the Vision Zero, and I'd like to see us really put that to good use, not just for our pedestrians, but also to take into account the fact that we have families and kids who are really excited about exploring, discovering, and taking advantage of Montclair streets to get to not only school, hopefully, but ideally to other locations as well. I will say a side benefit is, my wife and I go out now in the morning with my daughter. We drop her off, and then we take off and go grab a little coffee and sort of hang out. So now we're committing now to and contributing to the economy of Montclair by doing something we may not have thought of doing prior to that. So please hear everything that everybody has to say today. I know safety is important to all of us. I think we can always do better. One fatality is not acceptable, not one. And so knowing that our kids, our families and children are out there, we look forward to your support and your contribution to making our streets bikeable, safe, and also exciting for everybody to hear about. It's being picked up, right? The news has heard about Montclair. We're on in the minds of people around. So let's take advantage of that. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Rich Galiotto. The last meeting, I was asking if it was possible for the town to vet the contractors that they use, that they hire to use to take care of their parks, whatever it is. And the reason I did is because I am anti-illegal, and there are a lot of contractors out there that are using illegals. And when they use them across the street from one of your schools, and you have your young kids, and you have some in the audience tonight, and you have your young kids there, and young women, whatever, you're always putting them at risk if you don't have some kind of a testament from that contractor that they are using legal employees. And you can do that. It's not a legal question. You can ask them to sign it, and yes, we have all legal people working for us.
Well, I'll just note, just to be, and again, you're giving your time, and I'll give you your time, and we allow people to say a lot of things. But I'll say this: if the documentation status of anyone in employment, right, I think is not an indicator of whether or not they will be a safe individual around someone else. So just a note on that.
You're right. You're right. But it's a head start.
I don't know if I'd agree with that. I don't think it's an indicator. So what we do is for anybody who has to abide by the rules, meaning they've got to know that we are not going to have gas-powered leaf blowers. They've got to know the rules around what they're allowed to do and not allowed to do. But in terms of immigration status, that is not something that we feel is important for them to conduct their job.
That's not important. Look at them come across the border. I mean, Jesus Christ,
understood.
What's happening at our border?
That is certainly a broad conversation that is for individuals, I think, at a level of government that we're not going to solve here. But what we are going to make sure is that we're not pitting someone in a community against someone else in our community.
Nothing ever gets solved at the local level. All right, we just talk about it. The other thing was, I'm not sure, I know you people have heard of the EPA. I'm not sure you understand what the EPA is. Maybe you do. I don't know if you've ever talked to anyone from the EPA. But the EPA approves equipment, machines, all different things. And what they do is they research on it, and they come up with safety standards. And they'll put decibel levels on it for noise. They'll put emission standards on it for safety, for potential health things. And a town cannot overrule the federal government when it comes to the EPA, right? A state can, a town can't. If the EPA says that something is legal, a town can't go ahead and say it's illegal. If the EPA says something does not create a health hazard, a town cannot say, yes, it does. You know, there's something in between here that before politicians take actions, they should investigate and research and go and find out what the whole story is. You know, you just can't say, oh, I don't like that. It's a lot of noise. You can't do that. I called the EPA. I called their hotline. I told them about Montclair. And I told them about your blowers. And the lady, the first thing she said was, they're going to make it a noise ordinance. I said, no, they tried that 20 years ago. It didn't work. So now they're backdooring it, and they're saying it's emissions. And she said, well, they can't because it passes all of our standards. So, I mean, I don't know if you people just put yourself in a position that, you're in a corner and you can't get out of, because you're going to be fighting for it. I'll say within the next 48 hours, you're going to start fighting over that issue again. But I'm glad to see you're back. And when you get real better, we can start a dialogue together. And I hope everything went well with you. Yeah, thank you very much. I had a very serious operation. I did too. And I'm lucky I'm here. But, you know, it's nice to see you, but the doctor said stay away from stress, so. Hey, I'm going to be the thorn in your side. Thank you, that's very nice to know. It's just what I needed, you see.
Hi,
Well, I
James
gotta
Cotter, Clover Hill Place. No human beings are illegal. I attended the September 18th meeting of the Planning Board and listened with concern about the traffic impacts of the Lackawanna redevelopment project. The traffic firm hired by the township, Brightview Engineering, has suggested putting in left turn lanes and eliminating parking on Grove Street as a way to accelerate traffic through the intersection of Grove and Glenridge Aves. This is the wrong goal. Ill-conceived, inappropriate, and dangerous for the residents that will live in the shadow of this development and in proximity to its pressures. I echoed the suggestion of the Planning Board in their forthcoming report to the Council and urge you to amend the current redevelopment plan to reject both eliminating parking on Grove Street and installing left turn lanes. Strike them from the redevelopment plan and let's instead regroup and find proactive, creative solutions to one of the most pressing needs of this project. Bob and Dave, as I said in the meeting during Brightview's initial presentation in their traffic study, trying to find the fastest way to move cars through this intersection will create a highway effect, endangering pedestrians, cyclists, kids walking to Bullock and Glenfield middle schools, and those who would avail themselves of the dense development proposed here. Speed is the wrong goal. Instead, we need Brightview, or perhaps a firm that is less theoretical in their approach and more sensitive to the practical needs of the residents, to find the safest way cars, cyclists, pedestrians can share and move through the intersection. Safety, not expediency, must be the goal. Brightview or another firm must also examine the traffic and impact on tertiary streets, such as Clover Hill Place and Grove Terrace, to determine how traffic, when backed up on Grove and Glen Ridge, will spill into residential neighborhoods, again, creating a highway effect in this neighborhood. This may require doing something like dead-ending Clover Hill Place. Deputy Mayor Herlock, there was a solution very similar employed in the First Ward on College Ave and the surrounding streets to arrest the flow and pressures of traffic from Montclair State University. It may require speed bumps and other traffic calming measures that were employed in the Second Ward along North Mountain. We're seeking the same means of remediation in the Fourth. Parking on Grove Street should be maintained for the residents in single-family and multifamily homes and in the apartments that draw visitors, family, and friends to the neighborhood. The burden of traffic and congestion must not be borne by the residents who live in proximity to Lackawanna. If it's to be developed as proposed, we need to work together to make Lackawanna a place that becomes part of the neighborhood, not isolated from the residents that inhabit it. Take your time, think carefully about us, and our needs so that together we can create something Montclairians can be proud of. All praise to the bike bus.
Excuse me, Speaker. Mr. Cotter, I think we can go back about 6 months, and I told you that one of the problems with this was taking away parking on Grove Street. So this is new to me, and so I don't, you don't need to tell me that. All right?
Good evening, Mayor, Councilwomen, Councilmen. How are you? Fine, I hope. Post-hypnotic suggestion. Wow, I'm gonna buy me a bicycle when I leave here. Unfortunately, I don't see that well, so I can't ride at night like you guys. Okay. My name is Reverend Dennis L. Washington, and I'm here to announce that I'm running for councilman of the 4th Ward, May of 2024. And let Mr. Cummings know I'm coming for you, sir. I'm coming for you.
That's good, man. Democracy is very good for people.
Okay, I want you to, but before I come for you, if you need any help, let me know. I'm willing to assist you anytime you need help. Anytime. Call me anytime. 24/7, I got your back. But after that,
Then I can support you.
okay, that's a deal. That's a deal. Anyway, I was here to let you know that they told me to, well, anyway, I attended a fair, a fundraiser of the Montclair African American Heritage, and it was great. They asked me to say that, so
No, we didn't ask you, but it was great.
But okay, it was great. It was great. The food was great. The music was splendid, and the women were attractive, well dressed. But
Slow down. My wife was there, man.
you.
So you really coming for me?
Oh, now that I wasn't gonna mention names, but now that you mentioned it, I had a talk with your wife, sir, and she told me that grassroots, that you had to have grassroots to be a council person in Montclair. So I said, Miss Councilwoman, first woman, whatever. I said, would you explain that to me? So she gave me a little history lesson on grassroots, And I told her, before I could give her a rebuttal, she ran away.
Nah, that's not her.
That she told me she was your wife?
Oh, no. She ain't run away from me.
Oh.
I know she wouldn't run away from you.
Well, she left.
Councilman, if I could ask the week.
She left. Well, anyway,
I hear you.
this is my time, sir.
Right.
So keep,
If I could ask everybody, shh, please, we're going to allow everybody there.
Okay.
17 seconds.
Anyway, she gave me that history and said I could never be because I don't have grassroots. So anyway, my wife have grassroots here, okay? And I've been here 32 years. And grassroots on the council cannot stand next to me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you.
And another thing,
That's
you
your
council
time.
people have to learn that
Thank you, sir. That's your-
I'm
that's your
over?
time. Yeah.
One
that's your
last
time.
thing. You are the people's servant. You're supposed to serve the people, and you're not doing that.
That's your time. Thank you, everyone.
Oh,
That's right.
thank you.
Thank you.
Can I buy some more time, sir?
No.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Appreciate that, though.
Can you buy a vowel?
Paul Mikowitz, 7 Van Black. Mr. Lapola, welcome to Montclair. And I want to thank the councilors and everyone here, Mr. Mayor, for all your work that you do. And I want to kind of go back memory lane to January, February. We first started talking about the Vision Zero Task Force, and we met around a table with Councilor Yacovellis and Councilor Price Abrams. Thank you very much. Commissioner Gill. Made some great progress, got the resolution, and then we kind of lost momentum and we hit the summer. We got to get going. There's I think everyone can agree that we need to be planful with the way we address all the different issues in town here, and having a task force to look at this in a meaningful way, intentional way, to fix problems, so we're not just waiting for a number of crashes to take place somewhere and then we do something. We need to get the Vision Zero task force going. So I'm just asking if you can take a look at this, the scope of work to get this started. We're really anxious, and as you can tell, I want to also just applaud and thank the bike bus folks who are here. I know I've seen up close and personal how much hard work they're putting into this activity, and they're the tip of the iceberg. If we can make Montclair the model bike-friendly town that it can be, it's not, but it can be, there will be thousands of people getting around town riding their bikes, and that will become a model for other towns all around the country. So we need to get going. We have a lot of talent that's out there that is ready to be part of this task force and put their minds to work. We're ready. So if you can please let us know when we're going to have that first meeting. We're ready. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Sorry, move this. Good evening, Mayor, council people, Deputy Mayor. Thanks for allowing us to have some time to chat. I'm obviously part of the bike bus. A little nervous too. 3 things I want to cover. I want to cover safety, I want to cover creativity, and I want to cover impact. So like my colleague Doug, I've been a cyclist all my life. My free-range childhood was powered by bikes, going on camping trips with my friends, biked for 30 years in New York City. And when we moved here, my wife wouldn't let me bike because she saw we lived near Mount Hebron and Valley. She saw an accident almost every month, the crossing guard get hit. And it wasn't until I got involved with the bike bus that she felt safe with me biking around town. So I underscore the need for safety, the joy that we get from being with the kids, and just the criticality of ensuring that our most vulnerable get to school safely. So just want to underscore that. Second, want to call out creativity. I think you did it. You explained that there's some constraints, the state rules in terms of what we can do, but I think there's a lot we can do with the degrees of freedom that we have. And so we have a lot of ideas. I think the Vision Zero Task Force will be helpful. I think there's a lot of stuff we can do right now. I encourage us to also apply for the grants, and doing the grants will require some resolutions from this august body. So we look forward to talking about that in a month. But I think being scrappy and creative along the way will really, like trimming hedges, painting some stuff on the road, stuff we can do that isn't going to run afoul of county and state restrictions. And then I want to talk about impact. Like Kareem mentioned that he and his wife now go to a coffee shop after dropping their kids off at schools. Study after study show that cyclist-friendly towns have more foot traffic with merchants after the fact. BIDs and chambers of commerce are coming around to this as well. So I think there's in addition to the criticality of safety as kind of a first principle of a place to live, there's a real economic benefit and health benefit to enabling people to bike. So I'll give you a minute back, but I just want to say thank you for the opportunity. Safety, creativity, and impact is what we're looking to do, and we look forward to being part of this great change that's starting. So thank you very much.
We appreciate that.
Oh, sorry, I didn't say that. That was a little nervous. Stephen Meyer, 6 Nassau Road near Valley and Mount Hebron. So thanks a lot.
Stephen, I'll just also share with you that Councilwoman Price Abrams, Councilwoman Schlager, and I sit on the committee that looks at grants, and I can tell you we're actively looking at a number of grants even before Vision Zero Task Force in place. So that work continues, and we hope to expand it as that's in place.
We look forward to help out however we can to put our rubber on the road perspective of where the most impactful changes would be. So we want to help however we can. So thank you so much.
And I would add, Mayor, to those of you, and I think maybe an organizer of the bike bus itself is coming, so, a write-up, if we don't already have it, would be something that we would be able to give to our grant writers to, slot into the other things that they know already go on in town, so just that we should request that, whatever way you might want to share it with any of us, the manager.
We'd be happy to do that. Hello, my name is Jessica Tillier. I live at 3 Harvard Street. I have 2 girls. I'm a proud Nishwain mom. I love living in Montclair. I grew up in a great small town. I grew up in Northampton, Massachusetts. Woo! Okay, cool. And it was a wonderful, wonderful place to grow up. Montclair is better. I'm so proud to live here. Our family is biracial. It really mattered to us moving here that we would find a place that felt like we could raise our kids around all different cultures, and we really feel that. That brings me to Bike Bus. I'm just so proud to be a part of Bike Bus. It's been truly an honor to help build this and grow this. Just 6 months ago, we were 4 parents with a vision. We wanted to be able to ride with our kids to school. For small reasons, I hate parking. I hate parking my car. And it's so much easier just to bike, get off my bike, send my kids in. Actually, one of my friends saw me biking to school. We were in Watchung Plaza. I biked right past her, and then she got to school after me, was circling around looking for parking. She joined Bike Bus the next week. So that is one reason that I just absolutely love Bike Bus. I also love it because it truly empowers children and brings them autonomy and joy. We all know, like, we're recovering from COVID. We're recovering from a pandemic. Sadly, we have the epidemic of school violence and school shootings. This is a place where children get to feel freedom. And I so deeply value that for my children and for everybody else that's in the Bike Bus. And then it brings me to equity. I didn't know that this was going to be part of Bike Bus, but a parent came up to me and said, you know what? Bike Bus actually makes me feel incredibly included within the community. I can't afford to get a car. A car is $40,000. I have to pay rent. I have to pay for food. I can buy a $100 bike and get my kids to school. That is power for me. And now you guys bike right past my apartment. I can join in with you guys and I can feel a sense of community. She's not within the busing zone. And so she would have to walk with her kids in the middle of winter, all seasons. And now she has us. She has this community, and her kids feel valued and feel important and feel special. We have disabled adults that bike with us on electric bikes. We have 4-year-olds that bike with us 3 to 4 miles. It's truly for everyone. Actually, last week, I counted 4 different languages spoken in Bike Bus. It represents the best of our town. And yet, what is my protection? This vest that I made for myself and I made for everybody else that's here. The Montclair, the safe, the yard signs that we made that you see around, that's our form of safety in my body. There's many times that I've gone up against a truck with just my body. So please join us. Join us for a ride and support Bike Bus.
Thank you.
Hi. I'm not going to speak as well as Jess, so I'll just start off by saying that. I'm Erica Vogel. I live at 132 Summit Ave. I'm here on behalf of Bike Bus. I love the Bike Bus. I didn't start the Bike Bus. I wish I had. I've met a lot of new friends through Bike Bus. All these people here, besides the white guy speaking right behind me, I met through Bike Bus. And it's just been a real, like everyone said, it's really helped build a sense of community. I moved here during the pandemic. I didn't see my kids' school, inside of their school, for 2 years. And so it was very isolating, right? Like, we didn't really know who our friends were, or, you'd wave at your neighbors from 6 feet away. And this has really solidified us feeling good about moving here and the decision to do that. I have a 6-year-old who was riding on the back of my husband's bike. Sorry, I can feel myself turning red. Who was riding on the back of my husband's bike last year, and she's like, this is so uncool. Like, I have to get the training wheels off my princess bike and take it for a spin. So she did her first 3-mile ride the other Friday, and she would not have done that without the Bike Bus. I can guarantee you that. So yeah, I'm in favor. She needs protection. We've had cars honk and go wide around us, people kind of screaming out their window. I mean, it's kind of crazy. I'm driving with biking with my 6-year-old, and that's the kind of thing we're seeing on the road. The other thing is, I've been trying to help get some media attention around Bike Bus, and I will say I've heard interest from people like the Today Show Nightly News Kids Edition. So they're really looking to this as a model that they can show to people across the nation of what's possible in their communities. So I hope that in us being a model, we can also have the protection that we need to make our kids feel safe. Okay, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My first time meeting everybody. My name is Jay Rose, 108 North Mountain Avenue. I have recently, in the last few weeks, just joined the bike bus, and I just moved here from Brooklyn about 3 or 4 years ago, and our family is very, very happy with Montclair. We love it here so much, and specifically we love it here because there's a community that lives here that doesn't live anywhere else that we've been, and it's because of things like the bike bus, where it really helps you feel like you're part of something, whether that's health reasons, whether that's for children, whether that's just to make friends. But it's been, you know, my child, I have a 6-year-old, her name is Remy, she still doesn't ride a bike without training wheels, but we got a tag along, so she rides behind me. And we did the bike bus. I mean, everyone's been telling you the same thing because it's true. Every single Friday morning she wakes up and she could not be more excited. She loves the bike bus. She's already met a whole bunch of other friends that she probably would not have otherwise. And it just brings joy to her and all of her friends. You know, we pick up some of her friends along the way on the way to Nishuane. And it's just so exciting that she gets to see her friends on the way there. And it's just really been an amazing community, and I've only been doing it for the last month. I've definitely shared some of those concerns in terms of safety and how cars might get frustrated and they kind of like drive around us very fast, and I do get a little worried about the kids. So, you know, love that you guys have already passed and kind of jumped on this venture with us, and we just hope that you guys kind of continue it and keep that movement rolling forward. So thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, Council people. I'm Corentin Chevalier. I live on 41 Melrose Place since 1 year. It's not been a long time. But we love Montclair, my wife and I, because of this community. And I've been bicycling all my life in France or in Italy, everywhere I lived. And as soon as this happened, this bike bus initiative, all these great people, I wanted to join. I created a line coming from Melrose Place, and we currently have my daughter. She's 6 years old. She goes to Huachang. And we have, on the big days, we have 15 kids riding with us, some of them up to 2.5 miles with like wheels this big. I don't know if you know the 12 inches wheels, but some of them do this, and it's pretty cool to see. For my daughter and for those kids, this Friday appointment is joy. It is their community, their chats, their own bikes, their chatter, but it's also their independence. They're learning to grow as adults and to move around by themselves, which I think many of us have done as we were kids. We teach them safety. I usually ride in the middle, stay on the right place. And I just noticed that if I take my daughter in my car, I'm told, which car seat to use for safety, until what weight and what height. If I ride a bicycle, I actually ride in the middle. I ride in the middle because if I don't, there's going to be a car potentially passing like 2 feet away from me, and I don't want this to happen for our kids. So I ride in the middle to protect the kids. And I feel there's an imbalance in terms of safety. Our roads are more designed for cars than they are for this kind of mobility. And the great news is that there is the Vision Zero, which is laid out. There is the possibility, I understand, to mobilize some federal grants to work on such initiatives. We are here to help, and I hope that all together, for these kids, for this generation of young adults that is growing independent and is really calling for many more to be on their bicycles, I hope we can do something all together for safer roads, for the bicyclists, for the walkers, and to make Montclair really leading on this initiative. Thank you very much.
Well, I think along those lines, we say thank you, I know, to all of you who spoke tonight on this issue as well. First and foremost, we love Montclair too. Appreciate that. We're all up here. But But also, I think your advocacy is important, but also your visibility, even just the attention around it. It is something where I think individuals are learning what it means to share the road, and meaning, learning what it means to make sure that, cars aren't the only, means of transportation, and what that means for getting along with others who are either walking or biking. So you guys are playing a huge role in that. We thank you for it, and we do look forward to the work of the task force.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mariana Horta. I live on Gordonhurst Avenue in the second ward. So, Mayor Spiller, I'm super excited that I found out we have one thing in common. I mean, one more thing. We're both Democrats, we both live in Montclair. I'm sure we have some of the same tastes and priorities, but I found out that we both have kindergartners this year. Is that true?
It's true.
Does he love it?
He does.
My daughter, too. She's so jazzed. Like, the only thing she likes, second to her teacher, is the bike bus. So I very strongly suggest you bring your kid. My daughter can't ride a bike yet, so my husband got like a third wheel attached to his bike. Like, it doesn't matter if your kid's riding alone or not. He's going to have the time of his life.
I am inspired by the training wheels coming off stories that I've been hearing. So we'll
Yeah,
work.
it's so hard. I
we'll see how it
cannot
goes, yeah.
convince my daughter because she just loves her third wheel. That's tough. So, yes, I just wish your kid a wonderful year and a wonderful many years in Montclair
You as
Public
well.
Schools.
You as well.
Thank you. So I'm also here about pilots, as usual. And as you all know, pilots are payments in lieu of taxes when you declare a plot of land as in need of development. Should a developer build on that plot to your specifications, to the specifications of your redevelopment plan, that developer then becomes eligible to apply for up to 30-year tax abatement and to enter negotiations for a pilot agreement. And in that case, instead of taxes, right, that developer will pay a fee that we call pilots. And that fee will come, you will be required by the tax abatement law to share 5% with the county, and you may keep 95%, but you're not required to. If you wish to, you may share with the public schools. So I'm hoping that you come around and you wish to share, and I really hope, whatever your reasons not to share, please don't say that it's because we voted for an elected school board. We all love democracy. We all love to vote. And I imagine you even more than many of us. The reason I voted to have an elected school board is that I was born in a dictatorship, and my parents couldn't vote for many years. So I will not pass on an opportunity to vote. So please see, it's not all about you. It's not because we didn't want the council choosing, our board members. It's just most of New Jersey gets to elect their board members, and we want to elect them too. So even if you don't share with us, please find a reason that, is not blaming us for liking to vote. Furthermore, another reason to share pilots with the schools is that on one hand, oh no, I wasn't paying attention. So
No.
I just want to say this. Please submit
Thank you.
the
Hold on.
safe routes to
Thank
school
you.
grants.
Thank you.
I brought
You can leave that
this
with
for you.
clerk, yep. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lauren Berman. I live on Highland Avenue, and I am a little bit of a different flavor tonight, but I'm here again about the clerk. We've talked about OPMA violations a number of times. I understand you're not interested in that. I understand you're now taking the position that it's a staffing issue, it's not intentional. Hopefully you read the news article I emailed to all of you today with 2 different accounts, both firsthand, that it actually is intentional. But regardless, moving on from that, I actually want to talk about something that I consider to be a lot more dire than that, which is her other responsibility in election administration. I am not speaking from my opinion. It doesn't matter what Paul Burr's opinion is. It has been decided by 2 courts that she has disenfranchised voters through the decision coming out of the referendum attempt in April of 2020 It is a fact, as a matter of law. You're looking confused, Lori. I can give you the case if you're not familiar. I would think you are because you were overseeing the litigation at the time when it was decided in November 2021, but I'm happy to pass it on to you. So the referendum essentially required 1,020 signatures. The plaintiffs got over 1,500 signatures, and the clerk, deciding by comparing the electronic signatures with the voter cards that the signatures didn't match, illegally, using discretion that she couldn't use, and she knew that because the trial court decided that and ordered her to reconsider them when 136 more signatures were decided, and she again violated the law and exercised discretion to throw out a referendum which the court has already ruled is arbitrary and capricious. Again, not my opinion. As a matter of law, she has exercised what is not her discretion to prevent voting from occurring. Mayor Spiller, you have a PAC called Protect Our Democracy. Please do, please. She is not allowing voting to happen. And for me, I mean, I haven't been able to put it together why you wouldn't care that we don't have access to documents that we're legally entitled to, and you wouldn't care that we don't have access to minutes that we're legally entitled to, and you wouldn't care that we don't have access to votes. I mean, are we going to be counting jelly beans in a jar to be allowed to vote here in Montclair? But now when I realize this is the person who's going to count or not count the votes in the May 2024 election, it is really concerning that you are overlooking this and would give such a favor of permanent tenure to somebody who can then throw out votes against you in May. It is a sad day in Montclair.
Just to put that in context officially, so obviously during a pandemic, which was the first time those electronic signatures were even allowed, I know that the clerk tried to initiate her best judgment in terms of following what the rules around that were, and of course received guidance thereafter, right? But that was very unique. I think we'd all agree a pandemic was not the norm, and it hadn't happened in anyone's tenure. So in that, excuse me, thank you. So in that experience, obviously, trying to work through what electronic signatures should look like, she interpreted it the way she thought for those who were looking to put the ballot measure forward, and the judge thought otherwise. Please.
Both the trial and appellate court ruled.
Please.
Both the trial and appellate court ruled. My name is Lonnie Summer Padilla. I'm a Montclair resident. The town clerk needs to go, but that's not what I'm here to talk about primarily. Tonight, I would like to share with you some updates about the Pilots to Schools campaign that a group of residents launched many months ago in an effort to address the crisis that the Montclair Public Schools has faced every spring for several years in a row due to the 2% cap imposed by the state on the property tax levy. Unlike the township, the district does not have other sources of revenue to address the growing rates of inflation and healthcare costs. This leaves the district with one of two options, either another bond referendum or balance the budget with staff cuts and foregoing improvements and upgrades to the curriculum and academic programming. This past June, Montclair families filled this room, spilling out into the lobby and vestibule, begging you in tears to help our teachers and kids by allocating a fair share of unrestricted revenue that the town receives through pilot contracts with developers. The council decided not to act. We are approaching another budget season, and you will take another vote on the township budget in December. In April, in June, some of you agreed that you would consider allocating pilot funds come December, and I thought it might be helpful to remind you as you begin the process of creating that budget. This is certainly not the first reminder that you have received. Perhaps you may have noticed your mailboxes full of lovely postcard reminders that have been sent to you from your constituents. Combined, all of you should have received close to 1,500 postcards by now. I know because that's how many we ordered, and we have had to reorder a new supply since we have run out. In addition, in April, I presented you with a petition that at the time had close to 1,500 signatures. Today, I would like to update you on that number and let you know that the petition now has close to 2,500 signatures. What started as a small group of us advocating for this measure has grown and continues to grow through our outreach to the public. Every postcard that you have received represents a conversation that one of us has had with your constituent. You may say that you don't want to share the revenue because it would increase the taxes that property owners are paying, but it doesn't have to. We all know that there are ways to make the municipal budget more efficient and also ways for you to increase revenue without your having to raise our taxes. It's time for the township budget to reflect the priorities and values of the people of Montclair. It's lovely that Montclair has become a food destination, but we live here. We raise our families here, and we have chosen to educate our children in a public school system, believing that it would be a stellar education, because why wouldn't it be with all the taxes we pay? But the truth is that our schools are under enormous stress, and morale amongst teachers and staff is low. Our teachers have had to face not only layoffs, but the stress of major programming,
Thank
changes
you.
to accommodate the vacancies left by the layoffs
Thank
as
you.
best they can, and we are still down teachers. Sharing is caring.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maria Teresa Guanabara. I live at 44 Union Street. I'm here with one of my neighbors, and I'm speaking on behalf of the neighborhood and the neighbors in that area. On the 15th of September, all of the sudden, where there's two rooming houses at 28 Union and 34 Union. Those were that property was sold, and they took down I don't know how many trees. I understand that's in their right, and whether they replant them or they pay a fine. But what's really disturbing is, first of all, nobody in the neighborhood was informed what was going on at all. And then I found out that the reason for taking down the trees is that they had plans to put a parking lot for 15 to 20 cars in between the two properties, between 28 and 34. And again, nobody was informed, nobody was asked, absolutely nothing. It just so happened that I was recovering from COVID and I was home. So I was able to walk over there often and just try to figure out what was going on. And then I found out that the plan was to put a parking lot there. And I said, well, do you guys have a permit? Oh, yes, we do. And I'm like, well, why hasn't anybody been informed? Why is it that our voices haven't been heard? Because this would be a huge, first of all, it's residential. It's Union Street, just down the street from Bullock. And it would be like a paid parking. And in and out, one driveway, I mean, a huge amount of traffic there. So then I called the property manager, and he was like, oh, yes, we have the permit. And I said, this is unacceptable. Nobody was informed. We don't agree. We want to have our voices heard. And so, oh, no, don't worry. Wait 2 weeks. It's going to be pretty. We're going to plant some cherry blossoms. And I said, well, listen, I'm not the only one that's upset. And then he said, oh, but please don't call the town because, this is Montclair. They could stop us, in the middle of what we're doing. And I'm like, okay, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to find out what is going on and try to put an end to this, because they had already a truck that said paving and milling there to put down concrete. And so then fortunately, I called the zoning department here. I was able to speak to somebody by the name of Richard, and he told me there was never a permit issued, never. And these people were moving ahead without a permit. So I just want to bring this to everybody's attention, and we of the neighborhood are going to speak up against this parking lot and people who are deceiving us and lying, frankly.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you very much.
Maria.
I just want to say that, hi, I'm the third ward council member, and I'm aware about the property that was sold because council had actually, considered something about that as well. But I just wanted to give you my card, and then maybe we could follow up. Mr. LaPola, I know we'll loop everybody onto an email and make sure that we can at least make sure the processes are being followed. It sounds like you've really done amazing work of being on the spot and being very community oriented, and thank you for what you did.
And certainly if township staff has been informed, Mr. Lapola, I'm sure you can connect on that front then to see what the status is, what's going on.
It seems like communication is always a problem, if you notice.
Hi, good evening, councilors and mayor. My name is Jessica Stolzberg. I live on Fairfield Street. In August, you passed legislation that is 100% pro-community. The legislation that ended the operation of the gas leaf blower in Montclair fully prioritizes human and environmental health, bettering the lives of all who live and work here and improving the health and well-being of our community as a whole. Your commitment to this community is worthy of gratitude, and you have it from me and literally thousands of others. The first night I came to talk to you about the gas leaf blower on February 7th, I heard others during public comment speaking about the proposed development of Lackawanna Plaza. Like we who came to each meeting to talk to you about leaf blowers, so too have there been people here talking about Lackawanna Plaza. I've learned a lot at the meetings, and I've learned more outside of the meetings. I watched the recent planning board meeting where all but one member determined that this current plan is enormously problematic for Montclair for a great number of reasons. What I keep coming back to is the word community. And no matter how I consider the different perspectives on the current Lackawanna Plaza plan, I cannot come up with a single example of how this plan improves or even supports the existing community of Montclair. Here are a few examples. It has not yet been revealed that there is a suitable grocery store with suitable access for the community nearby that has lived without a suitable grocery store for years. The increase in traffic and with it increased air pollution and proposed loss of parking for some right in front of their homes in no way improves the community. The open spaces of the plan are admittedly not all open to the public, which means they will not benefit the community. If the developer is to benefit from pilots, then this will be a continuation of a loss of funding to the Montclair School District, one of the very tenets of our community. The 20% affordable housing in this plan is touted as a win for Montclair. Sometimes it's helpful to look at things in the other direction. The current Lackawanna Plaza plan can also be viewed as 80% unaffordable. Such a number simply does not support the idea of a community. If you as a council aim to make decisions for this town that will improve this community both today, tomorrow, and for years to come, I join those urging you to look carefully at the development of Lackawanna Plaza and be certain that what is built in the middle of our community will truly be a benefit to our community. To vote for the current plan is to vote against the Montclair community you serve. I hear that those who don't support the current plan are often referred to as anti-Lackawanna. And I just want to express that this truly is not the case. It's that we are pro-community. And so we support and urge a plan for Lackawanna Plaza that is fully pro-community, and I hope that you will as well. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So after months of following the story of Lackawanna Plaza and talking to experts in various fields, talking to residents to try and understand.
Name and address, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no.
Ariel Eckstedt, 316 Park Street. So trying to understand what people want, what they don't want, what they feel left out of. I was so happy to see our town's planning experts asking the exact same questions that so many of us have had. Some of these questions are straightforward and simple, like, are the drawings to scale? Once built, will the buildings appear significantly larger and the open space significantly smaller than what the current drawings show? Some of the questions involve major consequences to some of our neighbors' lives, like how we deal with the major traffic issues. Some of the questions involve the character of our town and the scale of our community. Do these buildings fit in with what already exists, or are they out of character and size? Some of the questions are about the bullseye of this entire plan, the supermarket. Has it been placed so that it has the greatest chance of surviving, so we don't have to have another food desert? Is it large enough to accommodate the number of people it needs to serve? Some of the questions are about the finances of the plan. Will it be a burden or a boon to our residents? The answers to just these 5 questions out of dozens and dozens are as follows. Are the drawings to scale? We don't know. Janice Talley says she asked the question to the developer, but when the answer was not received, she did not push back. How will the plan deal with the major traffic issues? I'm not going to go through the Grove Street plan again, but since we've already heard it, but Talley is okay with this because residents who park on the street on Grove for free will be able to park their car in a parking structure blocks down for an undisclosed fee and without knowing if space is available. Does the plan fit in with what already exists? Are the buildings out of character and size? The simple answer is no. You'd have to head up to Valley and Bloom, another flagship project of Talley's, to find bulk at a similar scale. Has the supermarket been placed so that it has the greatest chance of surviving? The supermarket is placed off Bloomfield, has no minimum square footage requirement, and despite the claim that there is a supermarket waiting in line, the information has been guarded by an NDA so the community cannot know whether this market fits the bill or not. Will the current plan be a burden or a boon to our residents? We don't know. Why? Because the financial analysis report has not been released. One of our planning board members had to come to a council meeting to find out what was going on. She was given the runaround. At the planning board meeting, when Talley was asked about the report again, she said her meeting with Mr. LaPola had been canceled. This is a report that we residents and the planning board are obviously not meant to see. I'm going to go over time, so I'm just going to say, let's listen to the experts. Let's not just do it, let's do it right. And if this ends up being a pilot project, the monies better end up in part going to schools. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bonnie Fogel. I live at 16 Forest Street. Mr. LaPola, at the last town council meeting on September 12th, the September 12th meeting, you responded to Martin Schwartz's question and to all in the room that following a staff meeting on the 18th of September, you would determine when the Lackawanna Redevelopment Financial Analysis Report, which was submitted to you on August 15th, would be released to the public. The meeting on the 18th never happened. Regardless, the decision to release the report is not yours to make. Mr. Schwartz said that he opened the original draft of this report, a public document, on September 5th. He hasn't received it to date, despite the legal 7-day reporting period. He then requested the report again officially on September 18th, revising his ask to make sure that the original draft report asked for was not mixed up with any subsequent draft edited by your office, as you said there were some typos in the original draft report. The second official Oprah request is due today. He still doesn't have it. It is irrelevant if you had any unanswered questions about the original draft that you felt were still open. We want to see this original draft report prepared by the town's fiscal consultant and passed on to your administration. We also want to see any second draft to determine that you have not changed or distorted that report's conclusions. Why haven't you released the requested draft to the public, Mr. LaPola, as it is required under state law? What are you hiding? Has David Placek and his company been sent or given this original draft? I am now asking each counselor here to clearly state whether or not you have seen this original Lackawanna draft report. Do you have it? Have you seen it, Mayor Spiller? What about you, Peter Iacobellis, Bob Russo, Mr. Cummings, Ms. Price-Abrams, Ms. Schlager, Mr. Hill? You have, okay. Are any of you concerned that they are just sitting on the report or that someone may be distorting its findings? This is the most important public redevelopment project that this township has undertaken. If you're not concerned and not demanding the report, I mean, so far one of you said that you've seen it. I got one affirmative. If you're not demanding it in its original draft, why not?
Mr. LaPola, do you care to answer some of those pieces?
Yes, I'll answer that. The report was provided to the entire council today. Tomorrow you can have the version they received. You can have the original report. I made no changes. I suggested no changes except for the fact that there were typos, and I think it important, if we're paying someone to advise us, that they spell the name of the town correctly when it's released to the public. But other than that, no other changes were made, and I will gladly show you. No one is hiding anything. I waited to have a meeting with Mr. Beneke personally, and that occurred last week. And the version you will receive is his version with, except for maybe a couple of typo changes in there, nothing. I voiced an opinion, but I did not ask for any changes.
Thank you.
You can have it tomorrow.
Thank you.
You can have it tomorrow.
And how does the public access it? Because the Oprahs don't get it.
You can call my office, and they'll provide you with copies of both.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me and all of us. I'm Katie Steger, 42 Northview Avenue. I'm here with the bike bus, in case you can't tell. I'm the mom of Coco and Carolina Steger. They are 7 and 4 years old. They are up way past their bedtime, so you can tell it's important. And they've been very politely and patiently waiting. We are proud members of the Montclair Bike Bus. Coco just learned to ride about 1.5 years ago, and she started riding with the bike bus not that long after that. So we've been doing this since last year, and she's now a self-proclaimed co-leader of the bike bus on the Nish Hill bike route. I agree with what everybody else has said. It's amazing for community, but it's also amazing for teaching kids bike skills, for exercise, for road safety while you're learning how to bike, for getting cars off the roads. Last week, as you may have heard earlier, we had more than 150 kids riding to school on a single morning during commuting time, and that's a lot of cars that weren't on the road during high congestion hours. Many of the people that participated, and there were a lot more adult riders too, did it because they felt safe biking when they might not otherwise feel safe at that hour of the day with so many cars around them. Because it's safe, kids have space to build their confidence on their bikes. They become better, more responsible cyclists. Road safety is critical. The safer it is, the more kids can ride, the safer it gets because drivers become more aware of the bikers on the road. Our family bikes a lot. And when we ride without the bike bus, we practice safety, but it can still be a dangerous ride in this town. Drivers are impatient. They are distracted. They are unaccustomed to seeing bikers on the road. And this is a real barrier for people who would like to use bikes but are a little bit too nervous to get out there and do it. On October 19th, 2021, I sent an email to everyone on this council to express my concerns about road safety in Montclair. There had just been an accident with a hillside bus and an SUV. A young man had recently lost his life biking on Park Street by colliding with a truck. Not long after that, a very good friend of mine was hit by a van crossing Bellevue Avenue at Valley Road, shattered her knee, and was thrown 20 feet. The issue of traffic safety is real, and many people have experiences like this in this town. And in response, I was assured by many of you that this issue is a concern of yours. Many of you live here. I mean, y'all live here, but y'all have kids in town who are probably going to be biking too. I know that it matters to you, so please keep that promise now. Take this issue up as you told me that you would. We have an opportunity to gain resources to enhance road safety in this town, to make our streets safer for my kids, for your kids, for the bike bus, for everybody in this community. I thank you sincerely for your consideration.
Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor. And I did get to listen to some of the other comments on my way over, so I appreciate all the bike bus enthusiasm in the room. We do have, the council does have a scope of work proposal from Laura Torchio, which I've given to 2 of my colleagues. We're going to talk about it in the EDC meeting this Thursday. Mr. LaPola, you have it as well. So I know I can't send an email to all governing body members, but perhaps you can send the email to all governing body members with that scope of work, because we have a decision before us. I know when we passed the budget, we had said we were going to be allocating approximately $15,000 to the Vision Zero Task Force. That's in part to cover this scope of work. We're looking for the professional services to run a complex task force with a lot of stakeholders, a lot of output in terms of graphic design, maintaining a website, having a portal for people to be able to enter crash information or their concerns about a safe street or a safe intersection. So we need a professional to operationalize the task force. And then the Business Improvement District has also pledged $10,000 this year against the same. So we have $25,000 between our budget and the bid budget to cover the consulting costs to get this thing up and running. And I know the task force members who have almost all been appointed at this point are ready to go. So we'll talk about it on Thursday, and then we got to get it going from that point. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is June Regner. The bike bus is a wonderful idea. We have a huge public safety budget in this town. We need to put our money where our mouth is. We need to make sure these children and families are kept safe. There needs to be training for the police force as well as crossing guards. It's crucial. Pilots, budget season is coming up. And as much as some people like taking pot shots about how the schools are not transparent about their budget, you guys are substantially less transparent. The schools deserve pilot money. You guys need to start giving it up. It's the right thing to do. It's fair. Now, we've had a big week this week in New Jersey, a very sad and sorry week when we've seen what's gone on with Senator Menendez. What's most disappointing was when his first indictment was dropped. How many of the party machine leaped to immediately endorse him for another run? We have a big problem with the party machine in this town. We have a big problem with democracy because it has not been protected in this town. Votes were not counted in a mayoral election, and there was no opportunity to cure. That's very undemocratic. We have a fire promotional situation that is rife with nepotism and racial discrimination. That's not democratic. We had an investigation of the library immediately following Drag Queen Story Hour. Again, not a win for democracy. We need to stop talking about protecting democracy on the top of non-union hotels where we honor women while creating a hostile environment. We actually need to protect democracy. Words are meaningless and they're actually insulting. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chrissy Thomas, 257 North Mountain Ave, 2nd Ward. Robin, Peter, and Bob are specifically charged with representing me. It seems like every week for the past many, many months, there are new and terrible issues created by this council and its hires. It's overwhelming and disheartening for people who live in this town. I grew up here and have lived here for almost 53 years. I went away to go to college and business school and law school, but I came back here to raise my family. I love this town, and I'm upset by the things I'm seeing. I don't want Montclair to be known as the town where 6 out of 7 of the counselors in Montclair were indicted for stealing health insurance and lying in their certifications. I don't want to be the town that kept on a town manager we knew was crooked because he knew where the mayor's and the councilors' skeletons were. I don't want to be the town where Tim Stafford's secretary was hired as a clerk, didn't properly do her job for 3 years, but she was given tenure anyway. No, Peter, tenure is not automatic. You have to do a resolution to allow it. A few months ago, I pointed out that the clerk was woefully behind on providing minutes of council meetings. It's no coincidence that the day her tenure is being discussed, she's finally finished the minutes, but partially fulfilling one of the requirements of the job isn't enough. Why isn't it enough that she didn't do it for 3 years? Why isn't it enough that the appellate division ruled in a published decision that Montclair's clerk, Angelese Bermudez-Nieves, acted improperly, arbitrarily, and capriciously, and did not fulfill her obligations under the law? The minutes are not even complete. Where are the minutes of the executive sessions that don't meet the requirements under the Open Public Meetings Act? Why don't you all know that whenever there's an executive session, there must be a resolution that states when the materials discussed will no longer be confidential? Everyone should read the article published in NorthJersey.com by Nicholas Katzbaum titled Montclair Clerk Missed Oprah Deadlines. For years, Linda Wynett served as an incredibly well-respected clerk. She understood and taught staff that a clerk must be a strong and independent officer who serves the community, abides the rules, and is not swayed or manipulated by elected officials or the town manager. This clerk eliminated the position of Oprah specialist. The municipal clerk is secretary to the governing body, secretary to the municipal corporation, chief administrative officer for all elections, custodian of all minutes, ordinances, and resolutions, contracts, deeds, and archival records for the municipality. She's responsible for making certain Oprah requests are properly routed and addressed. Our current clerk has fallen short. Mayor and council, your performance in manipulating the clerk has been disappointing. Her willingness to go along with it instead of doing the job as required is why she must not be given tenure. Demote her or fire her. Look into a shared services contract with a town like Bloomfield. Search for a person who wants to do the job well and is happy to get a six-figure salary. I also want to mention that Clary Anderson does not have a single
thank you.
slot
That's
available
your
for
time.
people who work or go to
Thank
school.
you.
Why?
Thank you.
Eric D'Amato, 25 Norwood Avenue. I'm here also to speak about the clerk, but it's my third or fourth time doing that, so I'm going to be very, very brief. The Menendez thing was interesting for me because I have a lot of friends who live overseas, and so I got messages all week. What's with your state? They asked. And seriously, I would just say we have a problem. We have a culture, a habit of breaching public trust, of corruption. It's not the worst habit. We don't kill each other, but it is a bad, ingrained set of behaviors. We don't have it the worst of everybody in Montclair, but we have it. And before you go into that closed session tonight and double down on some bad decisions, I would just say, like every bad habit, it's never too late to start doing the right thing. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Township Council, my name is Rafael Marzullo, 157 Chestnut Street in Montclair. You know me, and I wear many hats for the community. Our sister cities, we were there this summer. Marilena Marzullo was there and presented the mayor with the Aquilonia Way that you unanimously voted for, and now sits in the museum there. I'm here to explain, and you all know the community outreach program of Our Lady of Mount Carmel Church that my sister and I represent, and many volunteers help. We were at Holly's Choice and at the end of August and gave out backpacks and help with that. We do a Thanksgiving drive where we give away food to needy people. Every day, 7 days a week, we go out and repurpose food and bring it to our shelters and our food pantries. But most importantly, and one thing I'm very proud of, is Our Lady of Mount Carmel Church on Pine Street. We fought hard to get that reopened. We got it reopened, but we have to keep it going. I'm here to ask Mr. Mayor and the Township Council, while you're evaluating where grants are available, Our Lady of Mount Carmel Church, we also have Our Lady of Mount Carmel Food Garden, which once a week we distribute to the food pantries, vegetables and things, even now honey that we get from our hives. So, but are there grants available to, one, help national Our Lady of Mount Carmel Church is not only the anchor building for the township, it's a national, state, and local historic site. Are there grants available to help a national historic site? Are there grants available to help bring handicap conditions up to code? And with what's going on, it even happened again today where they're able to stop a shooting before it happened in a house of worship. are there grants available to help upgrade security systems for a church, for a synagogue, whichever, but specifically I'm asking for Our Lady of Mount Carmel Church. When you put your thinking caps on, if you would be kind enough, we really appreciate it if you could come up with some ideas for us. You know where to find me. Our Lady of Mount Carmel Church, 94 Pine Street, Montclair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we just want to say also, short answer to your question, you touched on a lot of areas. There are grants available, especially when you talk about safety. Congressman Pasquale has been a leader in some of the things passed at the federal level and the dollars that are there. What we do, again, Councilwoman Schlager, Councilwoman Price Abrams, and I, on that committee, especially when we hear of grants, we talk to the grant writers. If the entity is not directly tied to the township, we ask them to reach out and share the information. Obviously, they won't write the grant necessarily for outside entities, but we can certainly make sure we have that connection, make sure you're connected with the individuals there so that they can share some of that information that's as it's available.
And Mayor, I do have one more piece to add for you. I do know that the State Office of Homeland Security and Preparedness, there are grants. In fact, in a former role that I had professionally, we helped to bring about there being a nonprofit security grant program, and I do know that all kinds of facilities, houses of worship and otherwise, are eligible to apply for those, and so I would just commend you to look in that direction, and, I can find you a link or something if you want to take one. That's a very specific way, I think you can, the target hardening is what they sort of refer to, all the ways that you might make your facility more safe.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Raphael, can I suggest to, I don't know if you and Kathleen Bennett know each other from the Historic Preservation Commission, but I think connecting there as well. Yep.
Hi, my name is Kate Rosenfield. I live on 3 Champlain Terrace. I've lived in Montclair for 30 years. I've raised my boys here. They went to Watchung School, to the public high school, and I've watched what's happened to the playing fields, the amount of money that has been put into, when the field house was built, everyone in the neighborhood was told about it. We saw the plans. We were a part of it. Now something's happening where they want to build a baseball field and take all the trees down. They're already marked. They've gone and marked them without talking to us. There were 2 meetings held and no one showed up. They were canceled for whatever. There's supposed to be a meeting, I think next Monday, a Zoom meeting about it. But it appears as if, it could end up being just a big, the trees are beautiful in Montclair. Please don't take them down.
Yeah, just use that as the reminder that we have absolutely zero say in that. That is the Board of Ed, but thank you.
Hi, I've been here before. My name is Josh Cohen, 11 Fidelity Place, Ward 2. I just want to give you an update. I'm here to urge pilots for the schools, pilot sharing. Everyone here knows what's going on, so this is just for the record. Couple things. As far as the Lackawanna project goes, everything we've learned about pilots, that shouldn't even be a consideration to put pilots going forward anymore. The town council has been taking the money away. So let me just, for the record, right now it's about $3 million a year that the town council is not sharing that they should be with the schools. $3 million a year. So we've been to every back to school night, and there's more this week. We will be at every single one. We have been to every PTA meeting. We will continue to be at every PTA meeting. And I just want to let you guys know what we're doing, because it might seem like there's just a couple of our voices, but we are being heard from the postcards you get, from the emails that represent all the people we've talked to. That will continue. And speaking personally from my own experience, all the tabling sessions I've done, I've yet to talk to a parent that says, after they hear what the case is, saying, yeah, we shouldn't get some of that money. So I just want you to know, because these are motivated people that will vote. So we're going to continue to tell our story. They're really interested to hear that Ward 1, Councilor Herlock, and Ward 4, especially Councilor Cummings, are pretty much, unless you guys, and please tell me, correct me right now, you're pretty much a hard no on sharing. So they're sending that out, and I would be happy to correct myself going forward. But we're getting the word out that you guys specifically and the mayor are hard-nosed on sharing. That will continue. We're going to continue to make our case. We will keep that going until hopefully you guys understand that the schools should take priority. People move here not for the fire department, not for the police department, they move here for the schools. This will continue to be a priority. And if you don't share, you can run your campaigns as much as you want, but we are going to continue our story, and we'll see what happens with the next election. Thank you.
Certainly, I'll just note we appreciate the story, but as you are telling it, you might want to note that as somebody who knows schools well, pilots do not take one dime out of the school budget. Right now, those dollars, as we know, are set by the tax levy. A township could add extra dollars to the schools if the schools are hurting. That is not taking one dime out of their budget. It is a tax levy based on their budget. They get a % based on the number they'd like to go up to. Certainly, we all know in this instance, I think you yourself would note, we've all had conversations, that we were aware that the school district did not go up to the tax amount that they could have and add more dollars to their budget. Right? So a concern when that issue came before us to say, if you're here saying we'd like extra money, not money you were shorted, extra money from the town budget to go to the town, to go to the schools through a pilot, then you probably should use the amount of dollars you were allowed to under the law to go up and get those dollars in your budget. But to be clear, pilots do not take, I heard you note 3.2, does not take one dime out of the school budget. The school budget has exactly what it would have had, pilot or no pilot.
That's not true.
It is true. If you add, they do, and they have to lower, correct, and they have to lower their tax levy then because of that. If you do a pilot and you give the pilot dollars after, you can add extra money to their budget. But it does not take a dime out. If you do not have a pilot, you do regular taxes, those tax dollars do go to the schools, and they have to still stay within the 2% cap, which means they lower their tax dollars. So we've had, it is not false at all. We've had our financial advisor and our CFO stand up here and literally speak it. So if you are literally
this, for the record, is a false narrative. You are giving a false narrative. I was here during that debate, and he said, after Colleen Doherty questioned him, he said pilots do not count against the cap. So you could give all of them
What I
money.
just said was you can take pilot if you do a pilot. It does not take a dime from schools. The only thing it can do is add money to the budget. If you take it.
You took it when you didn't tax those developments correctly.
That's not accurate.
That's actually, that is accurate.
Okay.
Come to one of our back-to-school sessions.
I appreciate
Come to one of
that.
our back-to-school sessions. We would
I will
welcome you.
note on this issue, I may know a little bit about the schools on this, and that is not accurate what you're saying, but I appreciate it.
I disagree.
Okay.
Excuse me, I'd like to say something on this. Somebody just said, oh boy. I haven't been here for 2 months, and I'm getting a little bit angry tonight. I don't have a lot of energy because I went through a massive operation, unexpected, taking out the appendix and a sigmoid colon, almost died, but I'm back, and I'm going to be better and stronger than ever because the doctors took care of me. I want to thank Dr. Tarantino and Dr. Patel at Barnabas up in Livingston for the operation. They gave me my life back. They gave me my will back. And I have chocolate nuggets tonight from one of our people with the almonds in them. I'm going to be. Now, I know a lot about schools too, Sean, because I taught in Newark for 4 years, 50 years ago, and I went to jail for the teacher strike. My union is AFT, not NJA. I love NJA. I love NEA, but I'm AFT, and I teach on a college level as a union leader. But I went to school in Newark. I grew up in Newark, and I fought for teachers in Newark. Now, we have a problem with financing our schools. It's not a question just of pilot. Now, I went out of the room to use the bathroom while Mr. LaPola was speaking, but I have this economic impact report here, and I read through all 60 pages thoroughly, and at the very end, I noticed that there is a discussion of how many children are going to be involved in the development of Lackawanna. 50 children, it says. The impact on the schools, 50 children multiplied by 4,800, which is a very low figure, is 240,000. What he's saying in here basically is there's only going to be 50 additional children, which is a false figure anyway. But if there's 160 children coming from all the piloted buildings, which is what people have said for months. What we're saying, and I'm saying, and I brought this to everybody 3 months ago, and nobody up here supported what I said, is that $3 million of pilot money for those 160 children, and this is a false figure of 240,000, but let's just say it's 240, that should go to the schools. It means that we take money from the piloted buildings and developments and give them to schools. All this nonsense about, you could ask for more. Let's just give the schools more money, as the people are asking for. Now, I don't like the way the Board of Ed is being run, okay? I don't like what's going on with the trees. I don't like some of the fact that I don't get answers to questions. I've been fighting for these folks over on Champlain and Essex about their trees with Councilor Schlager. The point is that the schools need money to keep the teachers working. Why would you want some of the teachers who are members of your union to be laid off? I hope they're not laid off. But I went through that with the teacher strikes in Newark and all the strikes that we've been having. Look, all over the country, unions are fighting. The UAW right now is fighting. This is a union time. But don't talk to me about unions, Sean, when I know what unions do. And don't tell these people that we can't give more money to the schools. Those meetings that were going to be held with you and Peter and whoever else excluded 3 or 4 of us. And when I was excluded, I spoke up and said I wanted to be heard. Then the meetings were canceled. There's been no discussions that I know of between the Board of Ed staff and our staff, our CFO and their people, to try to find out if we can get more money. Forget the pilots issue. But I'm telling you that this whole idea of only 50 more schools that Beneke put forward, 50 more children, and it adds up to 200, that's another false figure. Let's just give $3 million more to the school system out of our budget. And here's where we get it from. Let me just finish. I know I'm getting too excited again. My wife's not here tonight, that's why. Here's the point. You can save a lot of money in the law department. You could save a lot of money in the manager's office. You could save money in the clerk's office. You could save money with outside attorneys that we're hiring. You can add up easily, which I did several months ago, $3 million of waste in our town budget that could go to our schools for our children. There it is.
You know what? Hey, when I get in, I got your back.
We appreciate.
That's right.
I'm retiring.
Just as much as, thank you, sir, but just as much as I do ask residents every day not to call out, appreciate that though, sir. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And certainly, as we, you can just sign up and go to the mic. I would certainly hold all of us as colleagues up here to the same standard. We've talked about it multiple times in terms of discourse and proper discourse. I know many of us probably saw the NPR article on it today in terms of appropriate action at meetings, both as those who sit up on the dais and those who are in the audience. I've said that repeatedly at meetings. That said, for the record to the councilman, I have not addressed you once, actually, so I am not talking to Councilman Russo, nor have I been. But I think our record, certainly as a union, does speak for itself, and I applaud and thank the deputy mayor. Many times on the Board of School Estimate, we added dollars to the budget to make sure there were health benefits for our paraprofessionals and others. We made sure there were dollars for the schools as needed multiple times. That said, when we look at this instance, and I speak also when you look at the educators who are in our buildings who wanted those meetings and wanted questions answered. We've asked those questions. They weren't at the time, and anyone who doesn't want those educators in the room, I question that as to why that would be the case. But specifically for that, I say that what we are, and I think many of us up here are looking for actual real solutions. Although yelling and screaming may sound like you're fighting for somebody, looking for solutions that actually work are, I think, what translates into people's jobs and something that's sustainable. You could do it with a raised voice, or you could do it with a calm demeanor. But being responsible and not just saying and rattling off what people want to hear time and time again, I think is an example of governance and leadership. And it doesn't mean people always hear what they want to hear in that moment, but it does lead to more sustainable outcomes and some things that last in perpetuity as opposed to the constant, I've been fighting for 30 years and things aren't getting done. So I appreciate that.
Next year.
All right. Thank you.
I'll be right on your side.
I appreciate that.
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Yes, please.
My name is Layla Maher. I live at 1 Clover Hill Place. I've lived there for 20 years. The planning board determined that the current plan for Lackawanna Plaza is not in line with the master plan and will negatively impact the surrounding neighborhood. They focused on 5 areas of concern: building heights, traffic mitigation, parking, supermarket size, and quality of the open space. I've listed a few details from the meeting that caused me concern. I wish the bike bus advocates were here because I know they're concerned about traffic safety as well. So they should also focus on Lackawanna Plaza. The parking study has determined that the current plan would require 840 parking spaces. Traffic would be greatly impacted. One light that came up was the intersection at Glenridge Avenue and Grove Street. It was determined that with the plan, wait times at lights would be degraded from C to F. The eastbound left turn onto Glenridge Avenue from Grove Street is currently 26 seconds. That would increase to 219 seconds. The Brightview engineer, Joe Fishinger, stated, "That left," this is a quote, "that left goes from okay to miserable." One planning board member asked why they did not study Clover Hill Place, as it was clear that to avoid Grove Street, many coming from Pine onto Claremont who would turn left onto Clover Hill and right onto Glenridge Ave. The Brightview engineer said, "They had our street as a study location but did not study it because there are currently no significant delays at that intersection," to which the planning board member said, "But there would be." When the recommendation of removal of parking on Grove Street came up, one planning board member who consistently supports the plan said that parking in front of people's homes is not a right, as the street is public space. Joe Fishinger, the Brightview engineer, commented, "If we were to provide the left turn lanes and parking, that would mean more asphalt, which would mean presumably pulling the curbs back and taking people's front lawns." That's another quote. One planning board member commented that the Brightview plan is like putting a highway through the neighborhood. It was noted that backups due to railroad crossings were not studied. It was noted that much of the open space will be private. They added a proposed flood hazard area for the roadway between Glenridge Avenue and Lackawanna Plaza. It was also noted that when this plan was initially put forth, it was pre-pandemic and things were very different in Montclair. And one question, is there really a grocery store? In the end, the planning board decided to reject the idea of removal of parking from Grove Street, and they determined that the plan as is does not comply with the master plan. They brought up many other issues in addition to those I've listed. As I've made clear, I am not against this plan. It's too big. I am against this plan. It is too big and it will overwhelm and choke us. There are issues of traffic, flooding, pedestrian and resident safety, and pollution, just to name a few. That said, I am not against building at Lackawanna, and I don't know anyone that is. However, as this goes along, it becomes more and more clear to me that this plan has been put forth with almost no understanding of whether it is possible to do it safely without overburdening the neighborhood and this area of Montclair. They also have not addressed or at least divulged the economic impact. Not only is what this is being proposed in violation of the master plan, the process is backwards, nonsensical, and
Thank you.
completely in disregard of the community.
Thank you.
Hi, Ben Rosenfield, 3 Champlain Terrace. You heard from my mom a little earlier. I grew up in Montclair, and I'm a product of the school system here. And I think everybody agrees that the trees here are a big part of what makes Montclair so beautiful and why people want to come and move here. And there are currently somewhere around 25 very old trees inside Woodman Field that are marked to be cut down. And the Board of Ed, I understand the Board of Ed is in charge of this project. This isn't something you guys are necessarily in charge of, but they're essentially refusing to communicate with the residents who live around Woodman Field. 2 meetings have been canceled. They've set up some Zoom meeting apparently, which obviously is not the same thing as an in-person meeting. All I can say is that if there's anything that is within your power in terms of protecting these trees, they're over 100 years old. They're irreplaceable. And it's a quality of life thing as well as an environmental thing for the residents who live around Woodman Field. I really think the town needs you guys to some support because the Board of Ed is not listening to us. Thank you.
And I'll certainly say, from our actions, where we do have control, some small consolation in this instance here, right? Obviously, that's in their space under their purview, but year after year, we've dedicated dollars to our tree planting in the township. Many places have cut back, and other pieces, we've literally dedicated our budget to making sure we can plant as many trees as possible. We've had a long-going commitment to that. It is frustrating for us as well when we see something going against the great work and, quite frankly, big dollars that we put towards that. But again, that is under their purview.
Trees is not the issue. We want to save these
Then
trees that are so old. you
Those
can't live.
conversations at the board hopefully will be fruitful.
Mayor? Mayor?
Good evening, everyone. My name's Carl Kraus.
Councilman Yacobelis?
Nope, I'm sorry.
Sorry, forgive me for a moment. I
Yeah.
just wanted to comment on the tree piece. So I did put that in
I'm
my...
one of the tree people.
That's good, that's good. I did put that in my newsletter today, asking everybody to email the superintendent directly to ask him to stop the project immediately. Look, I think I've seen lots of, you can always rely on Anna Grossman to do the research, and I've seen lots of drawings that show ways that you can accomplish doing the baseball fields without taking down the tree canopy. I couldn't be more opposed to this. We do everything we're doing to protect pollinators in the town, and then you go and take down 25 mature trees. I don't think so. The thing I want to say, the tip I want to give you is, one of the reasons I pushed so hard for an elected school board in Montclair was so that those members would be accountable directly to the people. We have an election coming up. 3 of the people who are on the Board of Education are running for re-election. They're asking for your vote right now in November. So are 6 other candidates for a total of 9. Get their position on this issue. Get them on the record on this issue. Use the election to hold people accountable for something like this. Thanks.
Okay. Take 2. I'm Carl Kraus from Champlain Terrace. One of the tree people. Yep, that's true. I thank you for your advocacy for the trees, but I hope that I could count on the council to be a countervailing force to a pretty nefarious group of folks who don't want to talk to us. Now, I understand that legally there's this chasm between the two of you, but I know from a practical point of view, as Councilor Russo, who is a political scientist, knows that there's always give and take. There's always some type of argumentation that goes on. There's not an absolutely solid wall between the two. So I would hope that you could assist us, the folks that just spoke, Allison, my neighbor, who is going to be speaking with you shortly, and help us at least arrest the immediate destruction of the trees. The other question is, how in God's name can you spend $8 million for a ball field? Makes no sense at all to me. When there are approximately 60 students who are ball players versus 400 students who are other athletes. And we are told by reliable sources within the school system that those, if whatever the actual drawings look like now are put into place, no other sports will be able to use the field. That's not correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Deputy Mayor?
No, it's fine.
Oh. No?
No, I'll talk later.
Got it.
Good evening, everybody. Excuse me, please. My name's Allison Haig Sargent. My family has owned 11 Champlain Terrace for 75 years. 4 generations of our family have done nothing but serve this community. I've heard so much tonight about community and support, and I chair the board of the Salvation Army. I own a business in this town for 32 years. I was the most active parent watching school, every middle school, high school, a Boy Scout leader, a Girl Scout leader. I come before you tonight a little disappointed and a little dismayed over exactly what's happened in this town that I watched generations of my family dedicate themselves to. And an aside, my dad was one of the silent people that put up Clary Anderson Arena because I was a skater and I lived down the street. And that's how real Montclair conducted themselves in those years in the 50s and 60s. They weren't looking for accolades. They weren't looking for support. They weren't looking for votes. They were doing the right thing. It was a bedroom community. The wealthiest people in this town wore old sneakers and walked to church or their synagogue or helped out the neighbor next door or shoveled the walk because that's what we're called to do. My entire life, I've lived on Champlain Terrace, and I live on the mid portion of the block, and out of my bathroom window that, yes, the house is 100 years old, and that's the same bathroom, you look out on this green canopy of trees that for years I entertained kids from Watchung School over there, and we had picnics there. My dad used to give all the water to the baseball team for not 5 years, 20 years in that house until 40 years ago when my husband and I bought it. Helping kids that are hurt, parents that have had car accidents, kids that don't get picked up at night. That's what we've done for the 40 years I've lived there and generations of my family before. First of all, a lot of people don't realize that Woodman Field is considered a real iconic place in Montclair, New Jersey. I had the pleasure of hiring Buzz Aldrin. I own an event planning company nationally, and I interviewed him at the Smithsonian Institute in Washington. And do you know what, during my interview, and I'm not going to torment anybody by even pulling that interview and sending it around, because I'll treasure it for the rest of my life, that I said, Buzz, what do you love? What are your best memories of Montclair? And he said, Allison, honestly, I learned sports in Woodman Field, and I was the kid that was not the sports kid. And I thought about that this weekend in my private moments, thinking, A, I could call him, but really, that's what really matters. Please do the right thing. Please get in touch with the Board of Ed. I'm a solver. I'll help like all these other people have offered. And I beseech you to let's work
Thank you. That's your time.
work together.
Thank you.
That's what we have to do.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have to answer Allison for just a minute. Allison, your mother, my wife just reminded me, Mrs. Haig from Heller, right? Your mother was my mother's best friend at the Montclair, the Upper Montclair Women's Club. Remember all the work you did, right? But your mother and my mother were good friends. They're both gone, but we remember them. I want to do this because you are a stalwart of this community, as Mr. Kraus and others on your street are. But the main thing that gets me really, really angry is the communication breakdown in this town. Now, Mr. Lopolo, who I know very well for many years, you've got to understand, Michael, you keep hearing this when people come up, that nobody told that lady over on Union Street about what's going on. Nobody told these people what they're going to be doing with the trees. Then when they set up meetings with the Board of Ed and the staff there, they cancel the meetings. I've read all the messages from these people. While I was sick, while I was in a hospital, while I was home recovering, I've read everything, okay? I cannot believe the continual breakdowns in communication. And all of this starts right from the top. It starts from the Board of Ed president, the superintendent of schools, the town mayor, and the town manager. These are the four key people that run this town, particularly the mayor, the manager, and the superintendent. But the Board of Ed now being elected is, you're right, there's three people up, they're all fine, nice people, I know them all, but I'll tell you, there's a guy in the audience here named Stuart Ball, a labor attorney that helped me when I went to jail for the teacher strike. He's running for the Board of Ed, and I'm gonna vote for him, because he's going to protest what's going on, because he's a protest lawyer, a lawyer who defends teachers who went to jail. But Stuart Ball, standing in the back, Stuart, wave your hand. I'm endorsing you, okay? I know the people running for the Board of Ed, but I'm damn angry that they can't even get down and sit down with these people. One of the Board of Ed members, who's a great guy, and I know him, and he's a labor leader also, that's Mr. Scherzer. He lived on the street where you folks are, right? He signed petitions years ago when they were going to do these things. Why isn't he there to help you? Why isn't he at the meetings? Why don't you have meetings with the Board of Ed? I keep asking the superintendent and Mrs. DeRosa, who's a good friend of my mother's also years ago, I keep saying, will you please meet with these people? I know I'm getting excited, folks, and you tell me I'm shouting. Why I'm shouting this, I'm shouting to the people. The people of Montclair are fed up with the lack of communication from the people in seats of power and the people who get high salaries, like the clerk, like the manager, like the attorneys in the law department. We get high salaries to do a good job, and you're not doing them because you're not communicating with these people. And that's what this whole issue comes down to, lack of communication and meetings with the people on Champlain Terrace in Essex. So I'm asking for us to do more. Peter says he told everybody on his newsletter to write letters to the... No, Peter, you should talk to the superintendent yourself. You should tell him to do something. Tell the Board of Ed members that you claim you helped them get elected and you want an elected board. Tell them directly, you want to get out of politics, you want to get out of government, fine. In 8 months, you'll be out. But right now, you're a council member at large with me, and you should do what I do. Fight for these people.
Mr. Mayor, real quick. So I just, Miss Allison, probably the only person up here who played at Woodman Field all my life. I really appreciate what you said about the field. And I will say that the baseball field and what they're trying to do, I think they're trying to improve it. And when people say it only impacts 60 people, you have to multiply that over the number of years that kids play baseball in that field. And as a former athlete, I can tell you there's nothing like what a coach means to a child. It's another parent. And so although there means to be some issues with the trees that unfortunately the board has not responded to you guys about, well, it seems like they haven't, as being something I've not had anything unique. I do want to make this clear that this is a Board of Education matter. And I think that's where this conversation needs to be held. We've heard it, but just like you don't hear the Board of Education come to us when there's some things that's going on, we have no right to go tell them what to do. And I think the parents and the folks who are concerned really need to focus on the Board of Ed.
But I think if I could just make note
Sure.
that I think it's been very clear this evening. I have not been here in many, many years. I used to be here a lot in this very room. That there is a lot of school discussion and town discussion. That's what we've been talking about for the last 2.5 hours. So we only come to beseech you for transparency, to work with the neighborhood. You all know people on the Board of Ed, and I'm sure there's alliances. We're just asking for you to ask them to support us. It's as simple as that.
I could tell them to meet with you, but I know just like we have decisions that we have to make, it's their decision. If that field is their property and what they want to do there is, and you guys have the right to go and make your points to them. But I was just telling you that I loved hearing what you had to say about Woodman Field.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman Schleicher?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like to say that I guess it's about 15 years ago now that the Board of Education built the Fuzzy Furlong Field House and renovated the football field. It was a huge renovation. The circle was redone in front of for the parking, and it was quite an extensive renovation and upgrade, and it is fabulous, I will say. I'm sure many of you have been to football games and soccer games, softball games, and they all take place there. During that process, at the time, the superintendent, Dr. Mike Osnato, put together many, many meetings that involved all of the neighbors. Many of you were there, Mr. Kraus, Ms. Sargent, Mr. Scherzer was there. And I was the second ward councilwoman back then. I attended all those meetings. There were plans that were presented. There were, the architects came, engineers came. The meetings were very informative. Not everybody maybe did not get there, did not get what they wanted, but they were done fairly, and the communication was excellent. I, back in July, sent an email after hearing from many parents and residents. I sent an email to Dr. Pons, who was very responsive, got right back to me. I told him the issue about the trees and that many neighbors had some big concerns about the trees, and I asked that we could please see the plans, please have a meeting in the same regard that we did when Woodman Field was built. He assured me that that would happen. He followed up. We had 2 subsequent meeting dates that we had, and unfortunately, they were canceled at the last minute. I was there at the last meeting 2 weeks ago, and was very surprised when the meeting was canceled due to uncertain things that came up on the Board of Ed part. Things do happen. We do have another meeting set for October 2nd at 5:30. It's a Zoom meeting, which I was a little disappointed about. I was hoping that it would be a live meeting, and because many times when you see having sat on the planning board for 5 years, when you see plans that are this big on a screen, it's not the same when you see plans that are presented on a big board or on a screen. So yes, I'm disappointed that that meeting is a Zoom, but that's what Dr. Pons and Ms. DeRosa sent out as an email just today that we all got. I will be at that meeting, and I hope that we could come to a resolution for this and that we save our trees. There's a lot of talk of artificial turf that might be installed there, and that really needs to be addressed, and we will do that on October 2nd. And please know that as your ward representative, Allison, I've known you a very long time, I will be advocates. I will stand by you as I have in the past, and we will get past this. On another little note, I wanted to recognize the passing of Jack Bowers, who was instrumental in the baseball softball club in the town of Montclair for many, many years, and it was very sad. I know that you know him, Allison, and I was very sad to hear of his passing today. And in his memory, let's hope that we could come to a good resolution. Yes. Yes. Yes.
And we'd just like to thank you, Robin, for all you've done for us.
Thank
and
you.
I think just people working together is something that could be the real takeaway here and doing the right thing for this wonderful town.
Agreed.
You've heard all the people express how they like living here, well, we have to prove out who we really are.
Good. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Please, you bet.
Good thing I made a couple of notes. All right. Good evening, Joan Pransky, 11 Stevens Street. You know, the community, a lot of people have talked to you about Lackawanna Plaza and shared their concerns. And now the experts have shared a lot of the same concerns with you. Lackawanna Plaza is too dense, too tall, too much traffic and parking problems. That's the developer's vision, and he has a right to it. He's supposed to act in his self-interest. The issue is, what is your vision? If this is your vision of a downtown destination Montclair, own it. Own it. If this is not your vision, if your vision for Montclair is that you develop a community with respect for the neighboring Fourth Ward that is racially and economically diverse, that is not the Lackawanna Development Plan. Own that. But own what your vision for Montclair is. Since I've been here, the African American population has gone down by 10%. The economic diversity has just gotten crushed, and you all know it. You know how rich Montclair has become. 1,200 people are on a waiting list for affordable housing. A guy from Mesh got up here and asked for money so that they could have beds for 22 people in a church basement in Montclair. Recently, we read that Asbury Park, in its development plan, required 55% affordable housing. Jersey City required 35% affordable housing. You know that every other developer in town that's not part of a redevelopment plan has to set aside 20% minimum. That's all that's in this plan. In exchange for density and bulk, you are still at the minimum, and workforce housing is not a substitute for that. The public records show that the Allister is 163 units, and it was purchased for $78 million. That's about $500,000 a unit. 65 Church Street, the other redevelopment, 0.8 acres, was purchased for $10 million. Lackawanna Plaza is 8 acres, and it was purchased for $20 million. That's a steal. And if you are at all committed to economic diversity in town, this is the plan to demand it in. So I urge you to really think hard about your vision. It's almost over here, and you all know it. You all know it. Those of you that have been here for a long time, you know it's just getting richer and richer and richer. Is this really what you want? You're not going to grab onto the last 8 acres here with a developer that got this property for a steal and make that developer do more? own your vision for this town, but please make sure you speak to it.
Ilmar Vanderer, 127 Edgemont Road. Good evening. I'm sure it isn't easy sitting on that side of the dais, but it's not always easy watching from this side of the dais either. So I'm not sure whether this is harder to say or harder to hear. It was not my intention to insert myself into this issue, but what I heard could not be ignored, as was reported in today's Montclair Times. So I'm here tonight to implore you to refrain from making any permanent pivotal personnel appointments before the public's trust in the mechanisms, processes, and operatives of our government disintegrates even further. The fact is that lifetime tenure is not essential to democratic governance, and the public should not be locked out of discussions about the performance of key salaried players. Councils may discuss grounds for terminating employees in executive session, but what is more the people's business to know than whether the people running our departments are doing a decent job, except perhaps knowing whether the people who we elect to oversee them are themselves doing a decent job in overseeing, which we can only know and learn if we see how they are evaluated. In this situation, I must ask outright, with whom does the responsibility for oversight, supervision, and accountability ultimately rest? The law might indeed allow a council to hide behind closed doors in discussing whom it wants to hire or fire. But that's not because this has anything to do with protecting anyone's privacy. To the contrary, there are very few things that have less to do with privacy than knowing about who is running a municipal department and why. Meanwhile, the winds of change are in the air, and it's inevitable, and only a matter of time before new faces are seated at this dais. So, current salaried municipal roles, including the manager, clerk, and attorney, should not be locked into place in perpetuity until a new council takes office in less than 1 year. To do anything otherwise at this point is to blatantly subvert the will of the people, a growing chorus of whom have been voicing their concerns. And remember, while the law may allow for granting so-called lifetime tenure to certain employees, the law most certainly does not allow for elected municipal officials to have lifetime seats on the Township Council. Have a wonderful and beautiful evening.
Hi, Maria Elena Marzullo, Chestnut Street, Montclair. I want to thank the council for all that you do. I know it's not easy. For all of our passionate Montclairians, it's not easy either. But I do want to say, speaking as someone who was born and raised in Montclair, attended the school system, over 40 years of service to this town, with our family restaurant for 32 years, and with our community outreach program for another 7 years that we've been doing this, in which case during COVID, we fed over 100,000 people when nobody else was going out. We stopped counting because we had just too much to do, but we've multiplied that number. I will say this, I think that it's important people talk about new Montclair, old Montclair, and to your point, we took care of each other. That starts with this room and not losing our tempers and not calling out or calling out of turn and being professional, because anything else is just disrespectful. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Marilena, I want to ask you a specific question about MESH, because the MESH folks recently came to a meeting which I was not at, but I've talked to them since. They're telling me they've worked with you. I know you've tried to help them, right? Because they're talking more and more about needing additional funds from the council. And I've asked the council for years to go up from above the 35,000 we give them to 50,000, but that's a token amount of money. But in partnership with you, I want to make sure that they're working with you and that you're working with them,
We
and I
do
know
work
you are.
with them. I'm also proud of Our Lady of Mount Carmel Church, historic site, the gateway to the Italian community that came here. Our garden provides fresh fruits and vegetables to them twice a week.
Right, that's what I heard.
Our delivery service delivers to them as well. On
Thank
that
you.
note, I understand the person that owns that building, that beautiful building, now has Mesh Montclair there. And Mesh Montclair was sponsored through the churches of Montclair, which is what I'm talking about, that there used to be meal service and respite service for them through the churches. Then it got brought to this building. So COVID is over now. Why don't we bring it back to the churches? And who owns that building, they have to be getting something to do that, and I know I'm going to get so much hate mail for this, but let's bring it back to the community and not to somebody who's possibly profiting from having that there.
Thanks for telling us.
I also just want to take a moment to say thank you for your comments about civility. I think it's important, and I think it's important that we model it from up here. I think many of us try. But that said, you recognizing and saying, I think we've had many individuals even tonight who have shown that, and it doesn't mean we always agree. It's more important when we don't, actually, that we show it. But it is important that we are elected up here to at least model that behavior. And I know that many of us do try, but I appreciate you acknowledging it and noting how important it is for us to have any kind of dialogue.
And just
Thank
so
you.
you're aware, a lot of the council members here put on their jeans and use their strength. Most of the people on the council, during our Thanksgiving food drive, and we're giving out 150 turkeys and food for 400 families this Thanksgiving. So come support Our Lady of Mount Carmel Church and community outreach, and I'm going to call on all of you to do
We're
that.
happy to do it again. Thank you so much for all you do. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to, so Mesh is not being charged anything to use the office.
Okay.
It's given to them as support, so there's no fees being paid at all.
Well, I'm happy to hear that. But it still should go back to the churches, where it doesn't cost anything to anybody, and the churches sponsor. That's what I know my 3 minutes are up, but that's what bringing faith back into the community is, and possibly helping them more than just going into a restaurant and taking a box meal and bringing it out, but it's showing that people care about them, and that's what's important.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, with that, we'll close public comment. Next, we have an ordinance, pending ordinances for second reading. Ordinance O-23-06, which is an ordinance to amend Section 347 zoning of the Code of the Township of Montclair. And I so move.
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor, but point of order, it says second reading. I thought that was withdrawn on the first reading.
I'm sorry. Where am I?
It's a mistype, it's a typo.
Is
in
it?
the
Oh, okay,
agenda.
yeah, yeah.
You read it correctly.
I'm
but
sorry, yes.
It should be.
For reading, yeah, sorry.
I have questions. I'm not sure if this is the moment to ask.
All right, well, it's moved and seconded, not second reading. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And therefore, would you like to comment? Yes.
Well, I thought that it was to be on first reading last time, and that's why this was, and I thought there were still some conversations going on with the Historic Preservation Committee. So are we still, are we moving this?
Mr. Leopold? Yeah, my idea was, again, this is the first reading, which allows us to do, changes as needed. But Mr. Leopold, do you have anything from Ms. Talley as well?
This is the second reading, we did move it.
No, we held it last time. Can she come up? Or-
Yeah, come on up.
Hi, good evening. Kathleen Bennett, HPC. To clarify, the two members of the HPC, Michael Graham, myself, Janice Talley, and Paul Burr, had a meeting this past Friday. And during that time, I presented some language that I actually...
Hold on one second. Could we just take the conversations out into the hall, please? Excuse me, can we have those conversations out? Thank you, just because we're hearing it.
Okay.
Yeah, you hear
So
me too.
we had
Thanks.
we had a conversation late Friday afternoon, and during that time I presented some language that I had found in ordinances both in Jersey City and Hoboken in their demo ordinances. I found it by going online and Googling, what could be done. This is precipitated by the destruction of the facade at 105 Upper Mountain Avenue. You know that? Yeah, 105 Upper Mountain Avenue. Oh,
I'm just listening.
Okay,
Taking it
no,
all in right now.
you look like you don't.
No, I'm
you
waiting to
understand-
see what's happening with the door back there. I'm sorry, I was just
So
distracted.
anyway, we had a conversation. I introduced this language, and Ms. Talley is in the process of writing an impact statement. So the impact, being that it's now Tuesday, we haven't received it. She was going to share it with Mr. LaPola, and that was how this was going forward. In the interim, when I looked at the agenda and realized it was the second reading, it should, procedurally, it should be a first meeting. So,
Well, it is.
a first reading.
So hold on a second. So if it was second reading, which we're looking at now, last meeting that was tabled, it came back as second reading
Right.
unless there's a substantive change. So that's what we have to confirm now with Mr. LaPola. As you just heard what we heard, did Ms. Talley have any conversations with you or other pieces around that?
I did talk to her without me.
I'm sorry, what?
In my conversation with Tally, where there are no more changes to be made. If the
Oh,
consulting-
that's interesting.
Yes. On this ordinance, and in the future, then we would deal with these other issues.
So, yeah, I just want to chime in here. So I think it's very important and I think I said this to you over email, I'm not sure, forgive me if I didn't. I think it's important that we enact this if we can, to lock in all of the changes that we have agreed on.
Right.
And we can come back immediately to amend it for the facade changes that we're discussing. That would be my recommended course of action, because we have the opportunity now to lock this in. It goes into effect in 20 days, and then we have those stricter fines and all the other rules and the language updates in place. Otherwise, we're talking about October 10th for a reintroduction, later in October for a second vote, and then it's not till November. So you just run the risk that any day somebody can demolish a historic structure without the rules and the penalties and the governance that gets updated by changing this law. So-
Well, just to be clear, what's stated now, this is the demolition of an historic structure. What we're talking about is the facade, and the language from Hoboken and Jersey City is the deconstruction of a facade, which means that it would take off all the characteristic,
Yeah, the different
stylistic
elements.
things that
So
that
specifically,
make it.
even here as you're describing it, might be why Ms. Talley is recommending this as is, because that almost seems separate, where you would do that through a separate ordinance or a revisiting, no?
Well, Ms. Talley said she was going to write an impact statement, and I haven't received one. And I gather Mr. LaPola has. Have you received an impact statement from Ms. Talley?
On this, no.
Okay.
Can I ask, would your concern be, or would you believe there would be it's missing something that's going to get added? Or that there's a fundamental issue with this? Because what I'm saying is if this is good enough for now, there's a lot in here that's worth it to get it codified in law while we work on the other stuff that we're also agreeing needs to be part of the demo ordinance.
Well, the other issue that we discussed at this meeting on Friday was the penalties for a owner if they were to demolish a structure and say it was an accident. And the HPC had put in that the owner then be denied a building permit for 5 years from that point forward. And Mr. Burr was going to check on the state limits on that and whether that. So
But I
that would
think
be
even as
considered.
you're adding this to the councilman's point, remember, right now, we don't have any of this.
Right.
If we pass this and we get the answer from Mr. Burr to that point that you just made, and see if Ms. Talley has other pieces on facade that she thinks should be added, there are additional, I think the count, not speaking for everybody, you tell me if that's
Yeah,
correct,
yeah.
there are additional protections versus you delay it. It's a substantive change. It starts from the beginning again. You've got nothing in place until we finally enact this, versus if we enact this in second reading, those two very distinct things can be looked at afterwards to see, does Ms. Talley have a different answer in her research? What did Mr. Burr find out? It may, by the way, we might find out something in the law, you can't do this or that, and it didn't change anything, and we go, why did we wait? Or it does, in which case we can come in and add that affirmatively. That individual piece has to go through the same process to take effect, but this would have been in effect, right?
So may I ask if we put this on the agenda for the HPC meeting in October to discuss this, come up with recommendations? If you pass it tonight, it's just, it follows very closely to amend it. Is that what you're suggesting?
Right, yes. Well, it sounds like you have two specific things that you're looking for potential still additions on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Correct? Two things. So in those two things, let's get the answer from Mr. Burr and Ms. Talley, and certainly you continue to work with them on those two pieces. And certainly if there are any recommendations of adding those two things, then, then that would be brought forward.
And then the
Yeah.
other thing was the penalties, which is on page 11. And because Mr. Burr, originally it was $500 for penalties, and then it was increased to $1,250. And Mr. Burr was also going to look at that. He relayed that the state capped it, but he thought that the state capped it at $2,000. So he was going to look into that, whether to raise that as well. So that would be another change.
Okay. So again, I'm seeing all, things as an addition to what's here.
Right.
Which to me, to the council's point, isn't a substantive flaw in any of the other language. It's
Okay.
could you increase or enhance 3 areas?
Right.
And what we saw in other places, sometimes the courts don't allow you to go higher, or, they have to allow judge discretion. Those types of things we've actually had to, I'm not going to say decrease, but move in that direction. So let's see what he has to say. If he says it can be increased, and it's allowable, we can have that debate and discussion. If anybody thinks 2,000 is too high or if 1,250 is right, but that can be a discussion. But I think everyone here would be willing to look at, sounds like
Okay.
now 3 specific things to see, can we enhance it? Is it too
Right.
much, too far? Is it legal? Versus, though, putting on hold all the things that we have in here, which are all pretty good,
Okay.
by what you're saying.
Okay, so to be clear, the HPC will discuss these additional things at our October meeting, put together a report,
And
then-
if you can connect that to Mr. Burr, because you said you have ongoing legal, it'd be important that we get his feedback, right? If something's
course.
legal or not. And then, of course, Ms. Talley, the more she could be included right in that, then you're coming with one unified, we've already reviewed it, and here's our position.
Right, well, it'd be interesting to see what Ms. Talley's impact statement will include, because she was concerned about notification to, owners of buildings, so
Okay.
it'll be very interesting.
She might have something else too then, yeah.
Right, okay, all right, well, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So with that, Madam Clerk, then this was a tabled second reading, so this is the second reading, correct? And then in that, it's been moved and seconded, I believe. And without objection, I will continue the public hearing, because we have the public hearing going. Is there objection? Anyone else wishing to be heard on this ordinance? Seeing none, without objection, I'll close the public hearing. Any questions, concerns, comments from my colleagues?
I'll just make a
Councilwoman Price Abrams, and then
So I just want to acknowledge that I think, what was just resolved made sense to me as well, and I will support it at this time with the idea that we can come back and revisit those other items. Thanks.
Councilman Yacobelis?
I just wanted to say that the impetus for me to move this now is the partial demolition. That's the piece that we're adding that I think is absolutely vital. So shall mean any raising, dismantling, destruction, removal, or demolition of less than 50% of the total building, site, or structure as calculated by the surface area of any visible facade, exterior wall. So we're more clearly defining and creating stricter rules around partial demolition in addition to full demolition. And that's the thing that I want to make sure that we get into place as soon as possible. We're repeating ourselves ad nauseum here, but then the goal is to then introduce amendments to this law at the next council meeting following the receipt of the impact statement and discussion around some of the fees and the limitations there.
Good summary. Any other questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
No.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-23-33, which is an ordinance to amend O-2007, creating certain offices, positions, and employments in the Township of Montclair, County of Essex, and fixing salary ranges thereof. I so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Without objection, I'm going to open the public hearing. Is there objection? Seeing none, anyone who wishes to be heard on this ordinance? Okay, seeing none, without objection, I'm going to close the hearing. It's closed. Any questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacovelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-23-35, which is an ordinance to amend O-23-31 to prohibit the use of gas-powered leaf blowers in the Township of Montclair, and I so move. Oh, did I skip it? I'm sorry.
34.
Ordinance O-23-34, which is an ordinance to amend Chapter 327-9.1, the Code of the Township of Montclair to designate the intersection of Union and Clinton's multi-way stop, and I so move.
Second?
It's moved and seconded. Without objection, I'm going to open the public hearing on this. Is there anyone who should be heard on this? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Any questions, concerns, or comments on this ordinance? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacovelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. And now, Ordinance 023-35, which is an ordinance to amend 023-31 to prohibit the use of gas-powered leaf blowers in the Township of Montclair. I so move.
Second?
It's moved and seconded. Without objection, I'm going to open the public hearing. Is there anyone who wants to be heard on this ordinance? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any questions, concerns, or comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
No.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacovelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next, we do have our consent items, which is 1 through 8. We reviewed those at the last meeting, gone over those collectively. So I'm going to move items 1 through 8 of the resolutions. I so move.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
You want one to be pulled out?
I'm a no on number 8, so I don't want to
No, on number 8.
say yes to that at all.
Okay.
So if you do 1 through 7.
Yeah, 1 through 7 then. Any others to be pulled out? As amended, it's 1 through 7 that's been moved. Any objection to that in the second? Thank you, Councilwoman. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacovelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. 8 was the resolution R-23-221, which is the resolution authorizing the renewal of the inactive alcoholic beverage plenary retail consumption license listed there, and I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments? I'll just note for my own personal comment, and I think I said it at our last meeting, Madam Clerk, that I know that the state is looking at these pocket licenses, as they call them, and sitting there, although at this time, our hands are tied in that they grant these renewals. And quite frankly, I know that the governor is committed to doing something about this to get more of these on the market as he looks to address the issue of liquor licenses in total. But, so again, for the record, but any other questions, concerns, comments on this?
Just a question. I don't know if Councilor
Councilman
Cummings, if you
Yacovelis.
would share why you're voting against it. Okay.
Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacovelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-23-222, which is a resolution authorizing the Township of Montclair membership in the Union County Cooperative Pricing Agreement. I so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, or comments on this? Seeing none.
Yes.
Madam- Yep. Question. Councilman Cummings?
So we were in Morris, right? So we still in Morris, and this is just an additional.
Usually it's added more on,
All right.
right?
Yeah, we're just
That's-
adding
yeah.
more and more on, whatever purchasing recommends.
Same answer.
Okay.
Councilwoman Price?
We were really on the same wavelength.
Abrams.
That was my
Okay.
question.
Seeing no other questions, concerns, comments, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacovelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-23-223, resolution approving the authorization of execution of the certificates of completion for the East Project at the West and the West Project in the redevelopment of Seymour Street redevelopment. I so move.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to recuse myself on this one, actually.
Gotcha. You got it. All right. It's accused. Is there a second?
I'll be the second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, or comments?
Yeah, so is this Seymour Street, this is where Wellmont is, correct? Now, when this was originally developed, there was supposed, because buses are always parked on Bloomfield Avenue when we have events there. When this was originally developed, it's my understanding that there was supposed to be enough space for buses to park in the back. And for some reason, that did not come to fruition. And so
Mr.
this just basically says what's there is there, and we're good with it.
Well, yes and no, I'd say. Mr. LaPola, I've seen less buses, but I have seen them, including just
Well,
recently.
but it was
Yeah.
supposed to be
Right.
places back there.
And-
that parking was not, they're not supposed to be parking in front of one.
The deck specifically,
Right.
right? Supposed to have
Yeah,
the
so it
spaces
was-
there. And Mr. LaPola, I guess, let's parse out, is it an enforcement piece or an instruction piece versus a completion piece, right? My understanding is that they do have those bus locations in the deck. So should we, or how do we make sure they're utilizing those instead of utilizing the spaces on Bloomfield Avenue? Or maybe we should just be denying the use of those spaces on Bloomfield Avenue and hence forcing the use
We've
of
had several
those.
issues on the whole bus thing because, and I'm not that familiar with the issue, to be honest, but
Is your mic on?
but we have had issues because some of the entertainers at the Wellmont have these trailer buses that are like cities that come in, which don't basically fit anywhere. So we've been working with the police department and trying to accommodate them when they have to be there. But I will talk to Janice about that issue, and I also talked to the police department. We've
And
had this
could-
twice since I've been here.
Yeah, and that-
About buses and where they go and everything else.
But can you please find out why what was supposed to happen didn't happen?
Yes, I will.
That's the main thing I want to find out.
Okay.
Any other questions, concerns, comments?
I do, Mayor. Thanks. So, in a sense, I don't think I have in front of me really like the punch list of everything that was needed to be done to render completeness? Or is that what? In other words, I'm counting on the manager certifying, it's not a matter to me that this is complete, and I know you weren't out here
I
for
can tell
the-
you in my conversations with Ms. Talley that this process to confirm completion took months. To make
Years.
sure that everything, the completion.
Years.
Or is
Years.
it a matter the EDC is more knowledgeable? Could you
Yes.
share some more so that the rest of us have a better understanding?
I mean,
It's been years of punch lists.
We beat them to a pulp.
Okay, there now.
To extract, I mean, I think every single thing, I mean, I personally reviewed the redevelopment agreement word by word on the compliance around entertainment in the plaza, projectors. They're now providing us with movie screens, storage space, tables, chairs, AV equipment, podium, microphone, staffing events, additional projectors, slides. So there's just a ton of, and we work through, my gosh, cellular service on the roofs, work through parking, drop-off for the Goddard School, this number of spaces for municipal parking that were exchanged with the Midtown deck. So really, it's been a topic in EDC meetings for 3 years. I think it's come back at least every other meeting. So I think the three of us are recommending that we move forward at this point because I think we've beaten
my-
it to a
I will
pulp.
get the answer to your
I think my council colleagues know there's a couple items you pushed, for some other pieces on, but acknowledged some of them we could get or couldn't get, right? So we tried to get as much as we could and as appropriate in the agreement, and it's been ongoing for years.
And there really were some lessons learned in terms of the language. And when we're looking at Lackawanna Plaza, for example, like there were some things that were just not ever figured out or solved for. And so therefore you can't hold up the CO to ask for it if it wasn't ever agreed upon. Anyway.
And there were also, I think, during that process, a couple of ownership changes where the property changed hands and there were different agreements. So we worked through those as well.
Any other questions, concerns, comments?
I guess I'm saying that as the third ward counselor, I just don't feel like maybe I didn't ask, but I maybe didn't recognize the questions I had till now. So I don't know if possibly we might just defer this one more meeting, and then I might have more opportunity to just get a further download from the three of you.
Mr. Paul, is there any reason you know of why delaying this is
It's been going on
problematic?
this long, what's
I mean,
another
what's one
few
more
weeks?
weeks? I would appreciate just understanding it better.
Without,
second
without,
that request.
without objection, we'll table it. Thank you.
Yes.
Table.
And we'll do it as we have to give a date till the next meeting.
Sure. I mean, welcome to town to meet them. I mean, however, we're going to do that.
Okay.
Next is Resolution R-23-224. Councilman Schlager, would you mind?
Sure, of course. Whereas invoices against the Township of Montclair in favor of the following persons for the amount set opposite their respective names have been received, duly audited, and found correct. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the Township of Montclair, the County of Essex, that said invoices be, and they are hereby ordered paid, and that checks be drawn by the Finance Department to the order of such persons for the amounts respectively and hereinafter stated on this computer printout attached hereto and made a part hereof. This bill list is dated September 26, year of 2023, for $7,899,050.08, and I so move.
Any questions, concerns, or comments? Councilman Angelese?
Just one. Welcome, Mr. LaPola. I'm just going to bring up real quick, the bee in my bonnet always with this is Big Belly Solar. We pay them. I must have raised this 6 times with your predecessor, and it's never been addressed. The decals on our trash cans are peeling off everywhere, and it drives me absolutely crazy because I'm a perfectionist. So if you could please look into if it's part of our contract that they have to replace worn or decals that have peeled off that just look crummy on all the Big Belly devices, the recycling and the trash cans around town. That would be a really great thing.
And I'll add my comment that is back to his 4, 5, 6 other times that he said it. If you could also look at one of the things that was appealing when we engaged in this is that part of the agreement is that as we've leased these, when they had newer models, they would replace them with the newer models. So I just want to make sure, I don't know how much new technology you've got there, but if there are newer ones available, I think we absolutely want to be, looking at them giving us the newer ones, because that's supposed to be part of our agreement, as I understand it, right? So just looking at the stickers, and there's a couple of them I was even on Bloomfield Avenue, they just weren't opening and weren't operational. So if they are checking those, or our team is there an upgraded version available, which we should be getting the newest, and while they're at that, or even if they're not, if they can replace those decals, that'd be great. Okay.
I do that.
Great, thank you. Councilwoman Price Abrams.
Thank you. So I know in the capital budget here, we have, it's the payment for the granite block curbing, it's significant expenditures that have been prioritized by the body, but $185,000 and change. But I'm just mindful that there's constituents, and I believe I may have just forwarded one to you yesterday and I don't remember what street they live on, but in the 3rd Ward, where after they've, torn up someone's apron or whatever, and they're supposed to put it back, and it's really not done to the quality that it needs to be, and I'm not sure they're the only ones that's happened to. As we're obviously going to pay the people for their work, we have to make sure they actually do it with the right integrity and workmanship that they ought to, certainly to return something to its prior. I just saw the pictures I saw about one place, but it's not the first time and the only time it comes up.
Okay, I will follow up on that.
I mean, that's one I'm saying, but I
Sure.
believe
No,
there's other
I know
examples.
what you're talking about.
Thank you.
Any other questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacovelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Thank you. Next is Resolution R-23-35, which is a resolution authorizing executive session without the public being permitted to attend in association with NJSA 10:4-12B, subject which is personnel. Township Clerk, I so move. Second. It's moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? We will now move into executive session. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Did you put them on?
Yeah, I know. Yep, I'm aware. So we're out of executive session. Any motions?
I make a
Mayor.
motion to, you're going to do that
We're
with
gonna
those
do the staff
appointments?
thing
Okay,
first.
get that done first.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to name Jacob Neiman as the nominee from the Planning Board to the Vision Zero Task Force and Gray Russell as an alternate to the Environmental Commission.
It's moved and seconded. I'll second it. Any questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm not for Jacob Neiman. I am for Gray.
Okay, so
you wanna
without
separate them?
objection, I'll have to separate the motion.
Right.
Right, so just let me know on the start of that. But, well, without objection, is there objection to separating the motion? Because it does belong to the body once it was moved. It's been separated. Let's move Gray Russell first. All those in favor of the appointment of Gray Russell, Environmental Commission alternate, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions? Jacob Neiman, want to do that one separately, and that is to the Vision Zero Task Force from the Planning Board. It's been moved and seconded and separated. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Thank you.
Opposed.
Abstention? Okay. We move those. Any other motions?
I'd like to make a motion to name Angelese Bermudez-Nieves to the position, to reappoint to the position of Township Clerk.
Okay. Is there a second? Seconded. Second. All,
I would like to make a motion to delay that appointment until we do an evaluation of the clerk.
I second that motion.
yeah, so you can't do that. You can amend a motion. That's not an amendment to the motion. So that's not in order. We've got a
Well,
motion.
he did it
You can
before I
vote.
was able to do my motion.
Okay. So we've got a motion on the floor. If this motion is defeated, anyone else can make another motion. All
What
in
motion is
favor?
defeated? Wait, what motion is defeated?
There's-
I made a motion to delay the appointment of the clerk until an evaluation is done by the council.
We've
And
got a
Mr. Cummings
motion.
seconded it.
Yeah, but we have a motion on the floor to appoint, so you cannot make another motion. Right, that motion is to
You
delay
didn't say
appointment.
your
That's not the
motion quick
motion.
enough, Bob.
Yeah, I
Is
didn't
that
say it
correct?
quick enough. Could you give me the courtesy, Mayor? And maybe Peter would give me the courtesy of letting my motion
It won't be
fail?
defeated.
Well, his motion is, look, I'm handling Robert's rules here, and his motion's on the floor, right? He's got to duly move
And he could
motion.
withdraw his
Second.
motion out of
Well,
courtesy.
if he withdraws his motion, we have another conversation, but right
Sure,
now he has.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay.
Okay. So
Motion's
my
withdrawn.
motion again, in conjunction with Councilman Cummings, is to delay the reappointment, which would be a permanent appointment of the clerk, until we have evaluated as a council her performance.
I second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Mr. LaPola, call the roll, please. Look at you like a deer in headlights. You have no idea what the, look at him, he's like, what?
Starting from the bottom up.
He doesn't even know where to go.
Never occurred to me that I would give my apologies.
The public's watching.
Well, you are taking minutes and doing
I'm
it.
sorry,
It's
I'm
not a
sorry.
joke.
The public's watching, and it's not funny.
So you go down the line and, you call everybody, so you want to do it.
Alphabetical order.
Yeah, usually
I
alphabet.
don't have a list, so I'll guess.
Well, she's not Abrams Price, it's Price Abrams.
We will acknowledge if you want to just go down the row.
That's fine.
That's okay, you can go.
It's Counselor Cummings.
Hold on one second.
And you do have to record it.
What's that?
Just go down the line.
Around the, it's fine.
Start with
Councilman
Councilman Cummings.
Just want to say everybody's official names.
Councilman Cummings first.
I just want to make sure I don't mispronounce
Yeah,
anything. Counselor Cummings.
No.
No, wait a minute, you're voting
Oh,
yes.
Yes. I'm thinking we're voting on
Counselor
that.
Abrams. Price Abrams, my apologies.
I'm going to vote no.
Okay. Counselor Russo.
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis.
No.
Counselor Schlager.
No.
Counselor Hurlock.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock says no.
Deputy Mayor.
That's okay.
My apologies
Yeah.
once again. I'm gonna,
I did, I said no.
Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't hear.
Deputy Mayor.
Mayor Spiller.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just, as has been a note to just note where correction is made, I believe, my opinion, while the motion said until evaluated, I believe, at least for me, constantly evaluating, the position and any of these positions to make sure we're listening to the feedback we receive and certainly what we also see being done. I know multiple of us have shared emails and asked questions specific to the clerk. It's gotten answers that we've then dug deeper. I know we've asked you questions as well, Mr. LaPola, so I'll just note that in the sense of until someone's evaluated, I think there are many of us who've been doing evaluation and constantly assessing. In that context, no. Mr. Yacobelis, Councilman Yacobelis.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm reintroducing a motion to name Angelese Bermudez-Nieves, reappoint her to the position of Township Clerk.
Is there a second? What? Okay.
Say it loud enough so
second.
the public hears you.
Seconded. I'll second that. Is there any questions, concerns, comments?
I do want to add my comments to yours. Thank you for what you added before, which is just to the extent that I have also engaged, to your point, very specifically about the Oprah issues. I've sought to very much understand where the law is, what the rationale is for why people don't get them as quickly as they would like to have them or believe that they're entitled, and there are provisions within the law, and I think she abides it, and I have, as you noted, made inquiries among others, including managers who've supervised her in addition to the council. So that's my rationale for saying at this time that she's a longtime servant of the town. There's institutional knowledge that I think I've understood from several people that is really important in the role she has, and we're going to look forward to working with her.
I think that this council is making a mistake without doing a true evaluation of an employee who's very vital to the township. And for any of us to say that we've had an evaluation done of her efforts and her job is false. She's been in the role, we've known about this for at least 4 months, that we've had an opportunity to do something and we didn't. And we're making an appointment tonight that I think is not based on understanding of what she has accomplished or what she has not done, and how that office has operated for the 3 years that she's been in that position. I just want to say that on the record.
Thank you, Councilman Cummings. Councilman Yacobelis?
I would just add, too, that I remember very clearly making this decision 3 years ago and being told that we had 3 years to pay attention, to weigh in, to work with her, that we would be in this position 3 years from then. Here we are. So it shouldn't have been a surprise. It's more than 4 months. I've had my questions and concerns addressed. I think she's incredibly talented and offers a lot, and is only going to get better from there. And I'm excited to support her. Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, I would concur when we're talking about evaluations, and I know there's been some back and forth recently on a lot of different fronts. But that's an ongoing thing that we've all been doing for the last 3 years as well. So from my perspective, I've been dealing with that office, with the employees in that office, almost on a daily basis. And based on what I've seen and what I've experienced, I feel very comfortable in my vote this evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Schlager.
Thank you, Mayor. I would concur with the Deputy Mayor. All of my interactions with the clerk and her office have always been positive. They've been professional, respectful, and I have no reason to not support her at this time.
Thank you.
And I have my final comment. My final comment today is that she's a lovely person who got the appointment, just as many of you are sitting here on the council, through the support that I gave her. She's of Puerto Rican background, which I have relatives in Puerto Rico. I think she's a lovely person who has been overwhelmed by not being able to manage the clerk's office properly. She hired many people who were not qualified and let go, that's the way I'll frame it, let go of 3 good people who were there. What we should have done 3 years ago was I made a mistake in saying she was the choice. But I did say, and I did advocate for her choice. We have to admit sometimes when we make a mistake. The public is outraged at the delays in Oprah requests not being fulfilled and in minutes being delayed. You can't make excuses for this. There was a full staffing of 2 administrative analysts in that office, which was top-heavy with those titles. You know, Mr. LaPola, that no agency or office should have more than one administrative assistant. And I've known from government management myself, with the state, with the Attorney General, with the Consumer Office, we never had more than one administrative assistant to assist a director or a manager of an office. She had 2 administrative assistants. The 2 administrative assistants were both gone. Now she's promoted one of them to be the deputy clerk without any input or knowledge by any of us. Now, the clerk works directly for the council, not for the manager. Directly for the council, we hire her or him. And we have had no real input on the hiring in that office, but there's 3 good people who worked there who left during this tenure. That is of concern to me. Now, a larger concern for me is the article that just appeared in the paper, and a gentleman who's been very, very good volunteer in this town for many years with the library and with the Buzz Aldrin crusade, and he said that he overheard discussion that things should be delayed. I don't know whether he's telling the truth or not, but I know him to be a truthful resident of Montclair. So all that we've heard and all the different information, including the additional stipend that this individual's gotten from the past manager that we just terminated, Mr. Stafford, she was his choice, and she was his choice to give a stipend to. All of this leads me to ask us to take more time to evaluate what has been going on in the clerk's office and what this particular individual has accomplished. You are all just singing the praises of that office when that office has had problems for the last two years. Management problems, personnel, hiring problems, dismissing people. We've had complaints from people who work there. I don't understand how you can just rubber stamp the permanent appointment of somebody when we've had so many problems brought to our attention by the public and now the press with a story today. Do you guys read these things? Do you hear these people crying out for a change? I got my mojo back tonight, okay? I was out for 2 months. I'm lucky I'm alive, but I'm going to be really alive. And I condemn this reappointment without an evaluation. All that Councilman Cummings and I were asking for is an evaluation done by us for the next 60 days that we have. We don't have to do this tonight. You didn't have to do this tonight. Why do you railroad through by a 5-2 vote the reappointment of somebody who has such questionable performance?
Turn. Okay.
What's over? Let him speak. Oh, you don't want to say anything.
Did you want to say something, Madam Attorney?
Well, in terms of the resolution for reappointment, or the reappointment, I would just note that the reappointment will take place after the 3 years. So that would be around that September 29th. So the resolution as it will be written will be that the reappointment will occur at the end of the 3 years.
And what will that resolution say? That this person has an appointment now that's untouchable, or what is it? The public is outraged that people can get an appointment like this. Do you understand the public? People don't get jobs for life. They don't get permanent appointments. They don't have in their own lives this kind of treatment. And the 5 of you are just giving this person this job without evaluating. What is this resolution going to say then? All we had was Councilman Iacobello saying he wants her reappointed. But what's the resolution actually going to say? You have it written up. What does it say? What does it give her? Does it give a salary level? She's apparently been making another $1,000 a month helping the manager's office, which is an
Mayor?
improper role for her.
To answer Councilor Russo's question, it will be just the reappointment of the township clerk.
What do you mean? It's just going to say, we hereby reappoint the township clerk?
I have one written up. I will send it to you.
Oh, you sent it to me. What about the public knowing about it right tonight?
No.
So it will say that this individual is being reappointed, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And answered.
That's it? Okay. That's
Mr.
what it
LaPola?
says.
Okay.
That's how our government is dysfunctional.
Council Cummings?
No.
Counselor Price Abrams? This is on the
No,
appointment.
we didn't do this.
This is the appointment.
We haven't voted on the
We
appointment.
voted on a delay.
We voted on the delay.
Sorry, okay, all right, sorry. Ask me again. Yes,
Counselor Price Abrams?
yes.
Counselor Russo?
No.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
I thought you forgot my name.
No, I was
Yes.
going to call you Vice Mayor.
Okay, yes.
Oh, that's a good one, Vice
Mayor
Mayor.
Spiller?
I like that. Yeah, I'll just echo what others have said here, and I think, like many things that we deal with, it's and conversations. I think everybody up here has also been very vocal about making sure that we are fulfilling OPA requests and the challenges around that with the volume that comes in. We've specifically, Mr. Apollo, thank you for finally moving forward with some of the software that I know, by the way, the clerk had requested for some time now, and it was delayed. So we're glad to see that you've been able to help move those dollars along to help facilitate a quicker response time. Happy to hear that there's a position being filled there and actively working to fill the others. The more we have staff there to help with the volume that's received, appreciate it. I'll certainly go to our legal team as well. We know that really a lot of these also have to go for legal review, which is a very arduous process, given what may or may not have to be redacted or appropriately taken out with personal information, et cetera. So we know that it's a team effort there to get that done. So I want to thank you, but also, as it's an and conversation, say we've got to redouble efforts to make sure we're getting the information out as quickly as possible. I know that everybody is, committed to that, and we've got to make sure that that happens. So in that context and ensuring that we have those, hearing from Mr. Lapola, even the 2 months you've been here, speaking with former employees in that office, having conversations with them, and their take on the clerk's performance and other pieces, being very confident. You tell me if otherwise that you've expressed here. Very confident in her performance and what she has been doing. Despite some of the rumors that have been out there, you've had those conversations. And based no small part on your feedback that you have provided to me, in the forum that we have here, I feel confident in moving forward at this time. So that's my yes. All right. Thank you very much. With that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. It's moved. Is there a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned. Have a good night. Thanks all.